I am live here on the Puck Drops here for the NFL Red Zone live stream week 17. Thinking about doing the Sunday night game, and I'm not sure, everybody, but we are definitely going to do all the rest of the games. Most of them are 1 o'clock games. And Tampa Bay is moving to football. That's where we start. In Tampa Bay, they must win to stay in the playoff race, the division race. And right now it's 1st and goal, Tampa. Hey, Alexis, how you doing? Mayfield throws into the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa. Mike Evans, the former Aggie, scores first. They must win to stay in the playoff race, as we spoke about. And they have a lead. Throw the Nets Lakers trade. Who? Yes, list them. I'm good. Tell me what the draft is. Excuse me. Tell me what the trade is. Kick is right down Broadway. So just like that. The elimination scenarios for Tampa. And is picked off by the Eagles to the 40, to the 30, 20, 10. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Cooper Rush throws a 60-yard pick six. And the Eagles faithful like that. The Cowboys are not happy. I'm here for all the red zone games. I'll end after the end of Minnesota and Green Bay. I'm not sure if you guys want to stay for Washington, Atlanta. I'm not sure if I'll broadcast it. I probably won't, but I'm not positive. We'll probably broadcast. I'll broadcast all the playoff games, but I don't know if I'm going to broadcast the regular season games that are not red zone. I'm not positive about that, but we'll definitely be there next week for most of them. Trying to get the elimination stuff for you. So, Tampa is eliminated from the playoffs with a loss and an Atlanta win, I believe. Yes, they are eliminated from the postseason with a Washington win later. The Giants just had a huge catch. Let's talk about these games. The Giants with a win eliminate Indianapolis, and the Browns later with a win eliminate Miami, and that would also help Cincinnati, who won yesterday. Kick is right down Broadway, 3-0 Jacksonville. There's nothing really to play for in that game. Buffalo has something to play for. They're churning the yardage, and they got a good gain. The Bills with a win clinch the number 2 seed in the AFC. The only way for them not to get the number 2 seed is to lose this week, then lose to New England next week, and Baltimore beat Cincinnati. That would give Baltimore the 2 seed and put the Bills at 3. Texans already trenched at the 4. We're in New Orleans. This is not really anything to play for, but the Raiders have the football, caught first down there in the red zone. Back to Buffalo. Allen gives it up to Cook. Cook pushing his way in the final regular season home game for the Bills. They'll get a couple yards. They cannot get to the 1 seed. Chiefs have clinched that. D'Angelo Russell, Maxwell Lewis, and 3 second-round picks to the Lakers for Finney Smith and Shake Milton. Yeah, it's a good deal for the Lakers. I don't think that does anything for the Nets. High throw, caught. I guess the picks. Oh, no, they gave the picks to the Lakers. Yeah, I think that's a good... the 3 picks. Throw is caught. Down to the 4-yard line. First down, Keon Coleman. We have a flag We have a flag on the play in Buffalo. The New York is saying this is coming back. Hopefully it's not. It is. It's a hold on Spencer Brown. Oh, no, that can't happen, but it does. It can't happen, but it does. Let's give some of the clinching the scenarios here. All right, we got a one-on-one on the bottom of the screen in Buffalo. That's Keon Coleman, 3rd and 13. Allen takes the snap. New York pressures. Allen's going to stand in. He's going to whip one over the middle of the field. It's a first down. And at the 30, the Bills move the chains. Yes, they get it. A great throw over the middle. Now, it's funny. We talk about Tampa could be eliminated today. If they win and Atlanta loses, they stay in the division lead. And actually, if they win right now, they would jump into the division lead before Atlanta could even play. Atlanta doesn't play till Sunday night in Landover. Now, Atlanta's got Carolina next week. Tampa has the Saints. So Tampa has a great chance to go to the postseason if they take care of business and Washington helps them out. I don't know about Bill Zonin. I don't really know who he is. 2nd and 10 for the Raiders. Both these teams are eliminated from the postseason. This is for the draft stock. The Raiders want a loss. They'd also like probably a Jacksonville win over Tennessee would be good for them. It would also behoove them if the Giants could upset the Colts. Kind of something I could see. Colts defense isn't great. Raiders going to get a good gain, and you stopped short of the marker. Panthers just hit a big play driving right now, and the Bills just got a big first down. So big there. Remember, the Panthers can help out Atlanta. The Bills can clinch the number 2 seed. And then there's nothing in that other game of playoff noteworthiness. Stop at the line. It is 2nd and long, 2nd and 11 for Carolina. We'll go back there. Back in the Bayou. Saints need a stop. We need a stop, but O'Connell's got the football. O'Connell throws short, first down. Down the sideline, he jumps into the end zone. Is it a touchdown? Yes, it is. Touchdown. Las Vegas. Amir Abdullah. And Las Vegas has a 6-0 lead. The Raiders get it. Aiden O'Connell with a throw into the end zone. All right. We're back to North Florida. In Tampa. Bryce Young, high snap. Gets it. Young is hit. He throws it in the end zone. Touchdown. Carolina, Adam Thielen. And the Panthers can tie the ball game. Allen points back out at the line of scrimmage. Josh Allen. Oh, there's another thing with this Bills game I forgot about. Throws to the back of the end zone, incomplete. There's a flag down. I think it's on New York for roughing the passer. A Bills, just on the games that we're covering here, a Bills win and a Cleveland and Minnesota win later, believe it or not, eliminate the Seahawks from the playoffs because of strength of schedule, and it would give the NFC West to the Rams. If the Bills win this game and Cleveland and Minnesota win later, in the 405, 425 games. Jumbo formation, Aiden O'Connell under center. O'Connell gives it up to Abdullah. They said he did not get in the end zone on the touchdown, and he is short on 1st and goal. So we're tied in Tampa. Up the gut, touchdown, Bills! The Bills have the lead. 6-0, and we got a brouhaha in the end zone, but it is a touchdown for the Bills. The Bills, of course, as we said, are going to Massachusetts next week. Saints make a huge stop on 2nd and goal, and it's 3rd and goal. The Raiders lose 6 yards. Now, another thing. Remember we talked about Brock Bowers. I completely forgot about him. He did not tie the record last week, but he is 9 yards short of tying the record. So let me get play-by-play on this game. Let me do that right now. Give me a second. 3rd and goal. Vegas has the ball from the 3. O'Connell looks. O'Connell is sacked. Great play by the Saints. Cam Jordan. No touchdown. They're backed up to their own on the Saint 10. I will. Give me a second. I want to go on the play-by-play here. So they won the toss. Okay. Bowers for 6. All right. Bowers for 2. 8. All right, Brock Bowers is 2 yards short of setting the all-time record. He is a yard away. And Dallas gets the game. So I'm just looking at his stats right now. So, yeah, 1,067. 1,076 is the all-time NFL tight end receiving record, which was set by... and the kick was right down Broadway. It's 3-0. And that was set by Mike Ditka. So he is only 2 yards away from setting the record, and he is now at 1,075 yards receiving. The record is 1,076. Philadelphia bats the ball down, incomplete. As Dallas is driving, Smith Jr. bats it down. Now, if Philadelphia wins, no matter what happens tonight, the Eagles are NFC East champions. A loss eliminates them from the number 1 seed. The only way they can get to the number 1 seed, so hold on, Philadelphia, I believe. The only way they can get to the number 1 seed, they need a win. Joe Flacco just had a big game in MetLife Stadium. He's a Jersey kid. He grew up in South Jersey, and he just flew one over the middle of the field. But he needs... Philadelphia would need Minnesota to lose to Green Bay, San Francisco to beat Detroit tomorrow, and then next week the Lions and the Vikings would have to tie, and the Eagles would have to beat the Giants. Then they'd have the number 1 seed. Touchdown, Dallas Cowboys, Tolbert. And just like that, the Cowboys have tied it up. Second and 6, Taylor back in MetLife. He gains a couple. 3rd and 2 for Indianapolis. They're in the red zone now. They must win to stay alive. And Cincinnati needs a loss by Indianapolis either this week or next week. So it would behoove them for it to be this week, because then next week they would need them to lose to Jacksonville. I believe that would be in Indy. Let me check. Yes. They would be in Indianapolis, and they would have to worry about that next week instead of worrying about it now. But Flacco is sacked, and it's 4th down. And there's a lineman down for Indianapolis, but the Giants sack Audubon's own Joe Flacco, and he goes down. All right, back to Jacksonville. It's game really means nothing. Actually, it's important for draft spot since Jacksonville beat Tennessee earlier in the year, and Jacksonville lost to the Raiders. So a Jacksonville win would be very detrimental to them because Tennessee would lose the tiebreaker. Kick for Indianapolis. This kick is right down Broadway. 3-0 Indianapolis, playing for their playoff lives. They must win or they are out of the playoffs. Cincinnati, Denver are still the 2 teams in that spot, as well as Miami and Indy. Handoff up the gut, and Bucky Irving is stopped. Big thing on that is Denver is going to be home next week, I believe. Their final home game and their final game. Yes, against Kansas City. Chiefs have already said they are resting their starters. There's no reason to play, so they will be playing against the Broncos with backups. But Denver can clinch with a win, possibly with a draw, depending on what happens with the other teams and what happens today. Their loss to Cincinnati really hurt, though. Mayfield throws, caught. Down the sideline, 1st down Tampa. We got a flag. Culp makes the catch, but what's the marker? Too much about him. Hands to the face. It's on the Panthers. That's going to be declined, and Tampa is going to move the chains. All right, Jacksonville picked up a 1st down. They're 3rd and 7 on their own 35. There's Mac Jones. Jones going to stand in. He's going to run. Jones is going to pick up the 1st down. It'll be taken down right at the 44-yard line of the Jaguars. If you're a Titans fan hoping for a good draft pick, or a Raider fan, you're hoping Jacksonville wins this game, put them at 4 wins, and then there would be, I think, is it 3? There would be 3 teams right now at 3 wins, which would be, as Bucky Irving is stuffed by Carolina, that would be the Raiders, Tennessee, and the Jets. Tennessee and the Jets are both losing, which does not help the Raiders with them winning. I don't know him. I have to check off air. Like, I have to watch him. Is he a defenseman? I'd like some more defensemen. I'll tell you that right now. New man comes in. They do end around for Tampa. He'll get a good gain. White still moving, and he's taken down out of bounds. Remember, before Carolina was able to get off the schneid and get their confidence, they almost beat Tampa. So it was important that, coming into this with confidence from last year. 4th and 6, we have a flag down in New Orleans. We're going for it. Saints going for it. But I think it might be a false start on the Saints, which would make 4th and 6, 4th and 11. Yes, it will be. So I don't know if they're going to go for it. All right, back to Philly. Eagles can clinch with a win, the NFC East. And they have to win to stay alive in the 1 seed battle. They need a lot of help for that. Mayfield throws it over the middle of the field. It's caught to the 5. He's moving to the 3, to the 2. It's the same man who caught it earlier to make the 1st down for the Bucs. And it's 1st and goal, Culp. Powerful. It's not really a... Oh, you mean like a big forward to drive? Yeah, we kind of do need that. We're a little small. Yeah, that would be good. But the Devils right now, if the draft was to start today, I think the Devils would have like the 30th pick. It wouldn't be high. Devils have one of the best records in the NHL. Well, look at that. And Irving is stuffed. Bucky Irving, nowhere to go. But I'm monitoring. I really want to monitor that Raiders game, guys. To see if Brock Bowers what they're doing. All right. Saints just punted the ball. So the Raiders are going to get it. And remember, Brock Bowers needs a 2-yard catch to break the all-time record for rookie yards receiving. Bucky Irving is stopped behind the line. All right. Giants are moving the ball, trailing by 7. Around 34-yard line. Handoff up the gut to the counter down the sideline. To the 50. To the 40. Inside the 30. To about the 27-yard line. Tracy, the rookie. First down, Giants. I'll tell you, I would love a Monungai with him. Draft him from Rutgers. You have a power back who's also a local kid. I mean, he's only, I think, 25 minutes from, he's from Fairfield, only about 25 minutes from that building. Third and goal is Mayfield. Mayfield going to try to run inside. Mayfield is sacked. He is taken down behind the line, and it's 4th and goal for Tampa. Decisions. I would think the field goal unit comes out late in the first quarter. And the kick is right down Broadway. It's 10-7 Bucks. Just like that. Back to MetLife. It's 3rd and 14. Giants lost yards. Drew throws a screen. And good yardage on it. First down, Malik. Malik, touchdown, Giants. Malik Neighbors. And the Giants have the lead. (6-3) with 1:05 to go in the first. All right, we got a slew of hockey games today, so I'll update you. Actually, 2 start at 3 in one starts in 3 in St. Louis, Blues and Sabres, and in Anaheim, Edmonton and Anaheim. So we'll monitor that. Ooh, Caps Red Wings is huge. Red Wings got to win that game, but we'll talk about that later. And Malik Neighbors has now 1,000 yards receiving in his first year in the NFL, and he's going to keep that ball. And the Giants have a 7-3 lead. And does New York get it? Rodgers, who can hit 500 touchdown passes in his career with one, handed the ball off on 4th and 1, and they never got there, and the Bills are getting the football back. The first quarter is over in... I think that's Nashville. I actually don't know where that game is. The Jacksonville, Tennessee game. Power footwork. Trey, you can talk to me if you want. I really talk today. Your team's on right now, and Cooper Rush missed the screen. It'll be 2nd and 10 for Dallas deep in their own territory. So, interestingly enough, we have divisions we talked about that can be clinched, but there is actually only as Rush hands it off, it's up the gut, and taken down inside is Witty. But right now, there are actually only two clinching opportunities. They're both in the NFC. It would be the Rams clinching a playoff spot, and that would happen with, you have to wait till the Viking game. And then a Tampa loss or draw actually would eliminate the Bucks. It would not eliminate them from the playoffs, eliminate them from the wild card, but it would actually clinch Washington, which actually would be great for Atlanta because not only that, but then Washington would have probably less juice. In fact, if you're Atlanta, perfect world, you don't think about it, but you would root for the Eagles to win. So the Commanders would have nothing to do for the division. And Tampa to lose, so Washington's already in the playoffs, and they would have had less oomph in their game against you. Timeout by the Raiders. He has still not thrown the ball to Bowers. So we'll wait for that. But then they got a game next week against Los Angeles, so there still is a chance. Again, as I said, what could happen? That's all I'll say. 10-7 Tampa. They must win to stay alive in the division to stay alive in their playoff race, and they sack Bryce Young, and a sold-out crowd enjoys. It looks like Carolina is going to have to punt the ball. Trailing by 3. All right, Aiden O'Connell on 3rd and 7 in the 11. O'Connell's in the gun. Saints pressure. O'Connell throws short to the tailback, looking to get the first down. It's going to be close, but I think he got it. Or Cam Reed. Well, I probably would say, I looked a little bit on my phone. I would probably say he's on it. 3rd and 9 back in MetLife. Colts trailing by 4 to the Giants. Flacco throws first down Indianapolis, crossing midfield and out of bounds. They're looking again at this play with Vegas to see if he got the first down. Oh, Aiden O'Connell think he may have. Oh, now they say he's sure. But Coach Pierce has thrown the challenge flag. They're going to look at this. All right, we're in Western New York. Bills up 7. They can help out the Rams with a win and clinch the number 2 seed in the AFC. And a first down for the Bills, and that's the end of the first quarter. 7-0, but the good guys are driving. Okay, so right now, Jags don't have the ball. Eagles. Going to move it now. Hurts is not in the game here. He still has the concussion. I don't know if he'll play against the Giants next week. We'll see. It'll be on our air, as you know. Still have not announced what the Sunday night game is next week. I think it would have to be the Lions and the Vikings. The only other option would be Seattle and Los Angeles, but that game, that game may not mean anything, depending on if there's a couple of other teams that win. You know what the funny thing is, actually? If certain teams win and lose, and like the San Francisco is the one team that could win to give the Seahawks the division, probably can't decide what that Monday night game is that Sunday night game is until after tomorrow night's game. Oh, it was great. I had a great Christmas. Got a lot of gifts, got a lot of clothes, some money, good things. And got a lot for people. That was more important, honestly, to me. I'll be honest with you. It was good. This is going to actually probably be our last stream of the 2024 calendar year. So, throws tipped over the middle. It's intercepted by the Jaguars. Jacksonville football. Lloyd intercepts the ball. Kendricks with a big tackle for the Cowboys. Minute 31 to go in the first there. Red Wings Flyers? Saints have the ball right now, right around midfield. Okay, here's Indianapolis. A field goal attempt, and it is no good. Wide left. That would have made it a 1-point game. And a missed kick for Indianapolis. They must win or their season is over. Wide right, they say, not wide left. All right, Tampa Bay is moving the ball. 3rd and 2 for the Bucks. Mayfield is in the gun. Mayfield, it's a pitch to Bucky Irving. I think he got it. He did. First down, Tampa. A big first down for them. They lead by 3, 10-7 against Carolina. A win, they stay in the division race and the wild card race for now, although they're eliminated from the wild card race with a Commanders win over Atlanta. Although a Commanders win over Atlanta puts the NFC South in clinching range next week in their own destiny. Saints hit a big play. All right, here's Mayfield. Mayfield gets out of the pocket and finds a man. First down, Tampa. First quarter is over in the Bayou. 3-0 Raiders. Okay, Jones, an option flip outside. First down and more. And Brian Thomas Jr. gives the Jaguars a first down. So like the Giants, they have some pieces other than the quarterback position, although I'm not sure if they would go for a quarterback. In fact, I think Jacksonville, if you believe you can give Lawrence one more year or maybe get a quarterback in free agency, I think that would be the perfect team to draft Ashton Jeanty, I think. from Boise State. It's an outside handoff jet sweep. First down, Bucks. Just outside the red zone. They are moving this football. Boy, are they moving this football. We got a flag. We have a flag down in the vicinity of the backfield. This might be coming back. Although the referees look like they're pointing like it's on Carolina. It is. Hands to the face of the Panthers. They are really hurting themselves with these penalties. Best thing for them at this point is do what they've been doing in these close games, where their defense has been porous, but not porous enough always to give up touchdowns. They just got to make sure that Tampa doesn't get more than 3 points here. It just can't if you're them. Only one game that is tied, and that's in Philly. Not been a lot of action in that one. Baker Mayfield, play action fake as a man. That was scripted right to Miller, but he misses him. Incomplete, and it's 2nd and 10. He's going, I had him. I knew I had him. So they're watching again that Brian Thomas run. Oh, wait, no, this is a different run. It's the same play they used to get to the 22, and they get to the 3. 1st and goal, Jaguars. They're trying to punch it in. And, yeah, that is also in northern Florida. So back and forth from North Florida. Mayfield in the gun. And about the 18.5, Mayfield tries to get out of the rush. Mayfield evades a tackle, and he slides down. And he almost got shoulder hit in the head. He missed it. And good thing he missed it, because that would have been a big flag on the Panthers. 1st and goal for Jacksonville. Etienne tries to reverse field. He only gets a yard. Thought he had the edge, but he's taken down, and it's 2nd and goal for Jacksonville. Huge 3rd down for Tampa. Actually, this is more a huge 3rd down for Carolina. This would be a big stop for them. Just outside the 15-yard line. Mayfield's going to stand in. He's going to evade a rush again. Throws one into the end zone. Incomplete. Are there flags? There are none. Field goal unit going to come out, I would think, for Tampa Bay, for the Buccaneers. Mac Jones on 2nd and goal is going to stand in, throw one into the end zone. Did he get both feet down? Yes, he did. Touchdown, Jaguars. They are going to look at this again, but Parker Washington, I think, got both feet down. There is 1, 2, yep, right before he goes out. Right before he goes out. That should be a touchdown. The 1 foot and then the back foot taps in right before it hits the end line. The kick is right down Broadway on the other side of northern Florida. It is 13-7 Buccaneers. Tampa Bay. All right, let's go back to the Saints to see what's going on with that game. Something just happened in MetLife. Hopefully they go to that soon. In the Giants' final home regular season game. Something's going on in the Bayou as well. But they're reviewing this, and then I think they're going to take us to those other 2 games. It is a touchdown for Parker Washington, and it's 10-0 Jaguars. All right, so they're going to take us to these other 2 games. I said I heard something was happening. All right. We're in New Orleans. Radler, sweep to the outside. Double pass. Back to Spencer. Spencer from the 40. Spencer launches into the end zone. Touchdown, Saints. And the Saints lead. It's Spencer Morrow. Saints 7, Vegas 3. All right, back to MetLife. Well, now to MetLife. 3rd and 8. Here's Drew Lock. Drew's going to stand in. Drew sidearms one. First down to the 15. Breaks the tackle to the 10. He's tripping and he's in the end zone. Darius Slayton. Touchdown, Giants. 14-3 with 11:32 to go in the half. They lead by 11 against Indianapolis. Needed to happen, but I don't understand the replacement. They're going to have to figure out a way to get these guys dialed in because there's too much talent on this roster, and it's not Yzerman's fault because if you clearly understand, he built the talent. Because you can't say, oh, well, it's Yzerman's fault because of this. The Yzer plan isn't working. They never made the playoffs. He built the team. He built he bought all the groceries, and he went to, he went to ShopRite, but he also went to Whole Foods. He went everywhere to buy the groceries. He is not getting Michelin star chefs. That's been the problem. He is not getting the cooks to cook the groceries, and he's got to find the right one, and I don't think McClellan has his chef hat on. This is a topic around Flyers Twitter lately. Should the Flyers fire Twitter? No, there's no. I don't understand. They're not playing bad hockey, to be honest with you, that I've seen. All right, 2nd and 8 for the Cowboys. Ball at the 34-yard line of Dallas. 7-7 our score. And Brandon Cooks gets a 6-yard gain. It's 3rd and 1 for Dallas. They're already out of the playoffs. But they can they can play spoiler, and the team that knocked them out of the postseason can actually be helped by Dallas, and they face Dallas next week in Texas. That's the Commanders we're speaking of. Timeout, Cowboys. They're going to go for the 3rd and 1. All right, here we go. 3rd and 1 for the Raiders. Motion comes. Brock Bowers is not a receiver. They have a man. He's in the backfield as a blocker. First down, Raiders. First down, Vegas. Marshall Jr. O'Connell finds his man, and Vegas is driving. Your team is a playoff team, but they're not a contender. They could definitely get into the wild card. Philadelphia. But they shouldn't sell it to become a team, yet. They're a building playoff team. Big gain for New York Jets. They're moving to football. They're trailed by 7. All right. Back to your other team, Trent. Cooper Rush is in the gun. Philadelphia has 2 linebackers in the flat. Rush takes the snap. Rush, it's a good pocket. Airs one down the field. Has a man, incomplete. Just missed his receiver, a 50-yard pass that goes awry, and it's 4th and 1, and it looks like the Cowboys are going to have to punt. Cowboys will punt, and he had his man, but this is just a bad throw by Cooper Rush. Just a bad throw. Even though he had his receiver for what could have been a touchdown. All right, here we go. Aiden O'Connell in the gun. Inside the 30-yard line. O'Connell high. Option run. Outside counter to Abdullah. He gains maybe a yard. He gains nothing. 2nd and 10. Sounders with the hit for the Saints. Right, not going to do anything. Lose like to the Devils or Carolina in the first round. Or maybe Florida or Toronto or something. Although I think you match up well with Toronto. I'll be honest. The thing is, the East, for the first time, is not scary, in my opinion, at least into the postseason. The West has a lot more power teams, I think, this year for the first time in a long time. A good gain for the Raiders. It's 11. I think it's Tugger. I think a flat. I think the Giants are going to be called for PI. Yes, pass interference. First and goal, Indianapolis. They need a score. They really need a touchdown. To be honest with you, they trail by 11. Third and 4 for Vegas. They're in field goal range. They trail by 4. O'Connell in the gun. Bowers is not in the backfield. O'Connell steps up, throws, incomplete. A throw to the flat by Flacco to the tailback is incomplete. And it's second down. Good coverage by the Giants. All right, Vegas is going for a field goal here. I think New Orleans has accounted for Bowers really with that coverage, but got to give him this record, at least if not this week, next week against Los Angeles. The kick is right down Broadway. New Orleans keeps their lead. It's 1. Flacco on 2nd and 10. Flacco, a double-handed pass and a decent gain. Only a 2-yard gain for Indianapolis. We have a flag down and a Giant down, and I think the flag is, oh boy, is he down. He tried to walk off in that knee. They're going to have to look at him. We'll see what the flag's about. They also have to tend to him, and Indianapolis has to figure this out, though. They still trail by 11, and they cannot afford to lose this football game. So we got a timeout taken. So look at the Rams again. We'd mentioned this, but the Rams need a Bill win, a Brown win, a Viking win, a Command. Well, they need 3 of these teams to win. The Bills winning. Who's winning? Cleveland to win. Minnesota to win. So we could see them clinching the division on our air. Washington, who's playing tonight, and San Francisco, who's playing tomorrow. Right. And it'll take some time to change them, of course. And they're young and they're building. So I get it. If none of that happens, though, the Rams and Seahawks would play next week for the division. A Seahawk win would clinch them into the division. Handoff up the gut, and a gain that only goes a few yards. First down the sideline for New York. And the New York Jets are moving the ball. Wilson. And they get right under the red zone. Rams are going to be watching that. Hopefully for them and hopefully for us, Jets don't score here. But here's New York on 2nd and 8. Also, Aaron Rodgers with a touchdown pass hits 500 in his career. Rodgers throws, it's deflected, it's intercepted by the Bills! Jordan Phillips, the nose tackle! And the drive is over! No, but I'm going to, Trent. The Bills turn New York over. Jordan Phillips with an interception. It was deflected by him at the line of scrimmage. Oh, okay. taking us to Tampa. Carolina got no points, but they're staying in this game only down by 1 possession. But another offensive score for Tampa makes it a 2-possession game. Here's Bucky Irving, first down and more. Bucky Irving is inside the 40-yard line. What a gain. Mayfield fakes the give. Mayfield throws screen. Bucky Irving again. Irving breaks the tackle. Irving first down. 30, 20, 10, 5. Is he in? He is not in, but he is out of bounds at the 1. So first and goal, Buccaneers at the half-yard line. They can make this a 2-possession lead with 8:44 in the second. They must win to momentarily stay alive in the wild card race. And if they win, they'll play potentially for the NFC South title next week. Touchdown, Mike Evans, either on their own destiny or they may need help from these Panthers. Yep. No, I agree with the whole Mishkov thing. He's got to score. If he's not scoring, he's not playing well, then you know. Yeah, you don't bench in the playoffs, but you can bench a guy in the regular season. And the problem is they don't have enough bodies. That's the issue with them. But. Now, I will say, I'll probably talk about hockey more in the 4 o'clock hours since there'll be 2 games. But I will say, if you're like, oh, you're not really conversing about it, I'm vexed. I'm focused on this. Indianapolis on a 29-yard field goal attempt back in Bergen County. The kick is right down Broadway. And it's 14-6. It is a 1-possession game again. The Giants in front. All right, back to New Orleans. New Orleans the Saints have the ball, beating the Raiders right now, and they are just outside midfield. 7-6 Saints. Trying to extend the lead here against Vegas. All right, 3rd down. 3rd and 8. We're in Philly. Pickett. Pickett rolls out. Pickett launches one down the sideline in a single coverage. What a catch! What a catch! First down, Eagles. Oh my word, what a one-handed catch by Calcaterra. And he had Mukamami all over him. No Goddard, no problem for the Eagles. Here's Barkley. Not much. And it's 2nd down. But what a catch by Calcaterra. Right. And it's going to take some time. I agree. Again, I'm sorry for not talking a lot about it. It's just, I'm dialed in on this. Here is Jones. We're back in Jacksonville. Jones has a man. First down, Brian Thomas Jr. The Jaguars are driving his football. All right, we're back in Philly. 2nd and 7. If the Eagles win, they win the East. And I think Dallas is offside. Barkley they thought he tackled him down. He shook a tackle. They were not offside. Play was nearly busted up, and Saquon gets a positive gain. It is 3rd and 5 now, however. How did that knee is down. That knee is down. No gain for Barkley. He's going to lose yards. They're going to look at that, but I think Barkley's knee is that knee down right there. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Greg Olsen, the former star tight end for the Bears and the Panthers from the Miami Hurricanes and the Wayne Hills Patriots, agreeing with me. He thought Dallas was offside. Cowboys blitz. Pickett. They pick it up into the end zone. Touchdown, Devontae Smith. And he dragged the 2 feet, and the Eagles lead. (13-7), Philadelphia. What a throw from Pickett to Smith on the one-on-one in the slot. And he rubs out the safety, and he is so wide open in that bottom corner. The only problem was it didn't look like he was going to get the feet in down because how fast he was going towards a lofting ball, but he was able to drag the feet. Kenny Pickett very happy about that. The kick is right down Broadway, and the Eagles lead by 7, 14-7, trying to clinch the NFC East and stay alive in the 1-seed race. What a catch by Malik Neighbors. Just hit a huge catch right around the 5-yard line. Giants are going to try to get a score here. We trail by 8. We lead by 8, We lead by 8. Lock under center. Jumbo formation. Tracy's the man. And Tracy gets a good gain. We got a flag on the play. And from his body language, I think it's a hold. Not a hold, but a chop block on the Giants. And is that the first chop block we've seen all year? And it's on the tight end, Daniel Bellinger, guy who came from the Vikings. And he went low, but I don't like that call. It's a weird throw. I think the Saints are going to punt here in that game, 7-6. I'm monitoring that game specifically because of the record, and I'm afraid they may not show it, and I want to get it right as it happens. Tracy does not get much. All right, we're back in Buffalo. I've been here for a while. 5 minutes to go in the first half. Here's Allen. Josh stands in, sidearms one. It's a first down for Keon. Keon Coleman. First down, Bills, and he hops out of bounds. All right, we're back in MetLife. The Giants have given up 61 yards in penalties, and yet we lead by 8. But 2nd and goal from the 20. Locke fakes the give. Drew throws one low. It's caught by Malik. He caught it. He's not in the end zone, but it's at the 1. And so 3rd and goal from the half-yard line for the Giants. A 19-yard pass from Drew Lock to Malik Neighbors, who's done everything. Yeah, Saints just punted the football. We are in Jacksonville. The kick is right down Broadway. Just about at the 2-minute warning. 2:02 official. But it is 13-0 Jaguars in the first half there against Tennessee. This would not be a good win for the Jaguars for draft position, however. Indianapolis is challenging. The Malik got both feet in bounds. 1, 2. Not only is that a catch, here's the funny thing. I want to see that ball because both of his feet were in the end zone. That might be a touchdown. But they'll look at it. I don't know what they're showing Philadelphia. Okay. Cowboys have the ball at their own 30. They fair caught. Fakes the handoff. Cooper rush. Tight end went down. Goes to the other tight end. Ferguson, I think he fumbled the ball. And I think the Eagles have the ball. They're trying to rip it out of the pile. Did Ferguson lose it? This is a steep pile. Referees are trying to get to the bottom of it. They have not made a call yet. Philadelphia believes they have it. The Eagles come away with it. The referee, has he made the choice? Yes, he has. Eagle football. Jeffrey Lurie loves that call. Philadelphia causes a fumble right at the Dallas 35. which means they will have fantastic field position. .421 remaining in the first half in New Orleans. Vegas is going to get the football. Remember the record that can be achieved in that game. And the big nose tackle has the football. There's the pump of the fist by Jeffrey Lurie. Not only can you win the East, but to do it against the Cowboys. How big that would be for Philadelphia. They do have another home regular season game next week against the Giants. We're going to see what status is on that. 3rd and 9. Okay. Josh trying to get out of the rush. New York pressures. Josh has to get it away. Josh across his body. It is thrown into the middle. Keon drops it. It could have been picked. And it looks like we're going to have to punt the football with 3:16 to go in the second. There's the big bin on the Eagles sideline with all the NFC East champion stuff. They have to win. If they don't, Washington could stay alive in the NFC East race with a win, but then they'd have to beat Dallas next week, and these Giants would have to beat the Eagles next week, and the Giants are trying to drive the ball into the end zone, and I think we're getting called for Kubis for a false start on 3rd and goal. So 3rd and goal from the half-yard line is going to be 3rd and goal from the 6? Yes. Connell really has not gone to Bowers in this game, during that game in New Orleans. Third and goal. Giants with an offensive score make this a 2-possession game, but they'd love a touchdown here. Indianapolis fighting for their playoff lives. A Giant loss would put them would make sure that if they lose to Philadelphia next week, they would clinch the number 1 pick no matter what happens. Drew Lock throws it in the end zone. Touchdown! Giants! Allen Robinson! It's 20-6. Or Wan'Dale Robinson, excuse me. The former New York Giant, Barkley, is short of the line to gain. It is 4th down for the Eagles. I would assume field goal unit comes out, but I'm not sure, in Philly. Trent, let me know if you're still here. I'm talking to you. 4th and 1, QB sneak. And they get the first down. This time it's Pickett, not Hurts, who churns the yardage. The 92% play. Jason Kelce was the one that made that phrase and made it famous. And although he's retired from the National Football League, probably cheering this play on. His brother already had a huge game in Pittsburgh on the other side of the state on Christmas when the Chiefs clinched the number 1 seed. So they'll have a bye after their game next week against Denver. In fact, Kelsey's sitting, so he'll practice this week, next week, but he probably won't play till their second round game against who knows. Rudolph back in Jacksonville has a man, first down, out the sideline for the Titans. They are starting to move the ball a little bit. I got a 97 Cup Lindros jersey. You don't have it at Lindros in that final. That was a great final. I would have loved the 97 Cup final Fedorov jersey. A good gain for Philadelphia. Give me your foot. It's funny. My uncle actually told me, I saw him this weekend, he was actually at Game 1 and Game 2 of that final, because he's a Flyers fan, and he had season tickets from I think 95 to 99. So he was at Lemieux's final game before the comeback in the early 2000s. 3rd and 3 for Philadelphia. Handoff up the gut. Barkley He looked short. But did he get it? Hold on. Fourth and 1 for the Eagles. I'm not sure if they get it, but something else I think just happened that I just missed. Yes, they announced it before. They didn't show it. Aiden O'Connell, a 13-yard pass to Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers has broken the all-time NFL record set by Iron Mike Ditka for the most receiving yards for a rookie tight end in NFL history. Oh my goodness. And that's with no quarterback. Safety! Safety! Safety in Buffalo! Aaron Rodgers is sacked! And it's 9-0 Bills! Alright, I don't have to monitor that as thoroughly anymore, that game. But Brock Bowers has set the record. Unbelievable. And they've covered him all day, too. First down, Irving on 3rd and 4. We're back in Tampa. They're up 20-7 with the football. Driving the ball. Pickett tried to get that ball down the field. We're approaching the 2-minute warning here in Philadelphia. Also in Tampa Bay, if they snap the ball, it's the final play. This is going to be the final play, barring a penalty for some reason, before the 2-minute warning. Irving is short of the marker. It's 2nd and 1, and they're at the 2-minute warning in Tampa Bay. All right, final play before the 2-minute warning in Philadelphia. Cowboys blitz. Pickett throws. It is tipped. Incomplete. That won't be the final play before the 2-minute warning because an incompletion stops the clock, and there's 2:03 to go in the first half. By the way, speaking of the 2-minute warning, I don't like the 2-minute warning being a rule in college football. NHL 25. Yeah, I thought about getting that. I thought about getting... Yeah. Now, let me ask you something. Is NHL 25 an NCAA football? Can you get that on Xbox One? You kind of see how he was shoved down, yeah. Because I don't have the new Xbox X Series, whatever they call it. I'm not getting that. I'm in my mid-20s. I already got all the video. The only video game I would get is... I don't even know what it's called. It's old. I don't know if it's the N64. I think it might be. Pokemon Snap, the original, was on that game. It's from the very early 2000s. I don't even remember what game it was. I would buy that for a reasonable price. That's it. Timeout, Philadelphia, that they take with 3rd and 9 and the final play coming up before the 2-minute warning. All right, 4th and 3, Titans going for it. Right around midfield. They get the first down. Spears has been a great asset for Tennessee. Well, actually, it's not Spears. Actually, Calvin Ridley is the one who catches the pass. They're re-showing now. Officially, you can see the Brock Bowers catch, which sets the record. And I hope he keeps that football. I hope they told him to keep that football, as he has set the all-time NFL record. Hey, listen, Kyle Pitts, I'm not sure what he would do, but look, to be able to do that, $1,100 yards in his career as a rookie, and they don't really have that great of a quarterback, honestly. The Raiders, and it's incomplete, tapped down by the Cowboys. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that, Trent, because Trent, I don't know if you remember or not. I'm an A&M fan. I don't know if you know that. I'm an A&M fan. I had an assignment yesterday for my my high school job. So I wasn't able to stay up for the whole game because I had to be up there early in the morning. And then I saw the final score. I was not a happy camper. First down, Raiders. Amir Abdullah to the 2. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. The Rutgers game was good. That was also disappointing, the way that ended. That was a great game as well. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, that was not fun. I guess the only solace I can have is I'm also a fan of, I like South Florida, USF, the Bulls, and I think they won a big 4 overtime game. Touchdown for Tampa Bay, and they're running away with this right now. 1:11 to go in the opening half. Jalen McMillan, and it is 26-7 Buccaneers all over the Panthers. You could see the pump, and Mayfield just stood in there, thrown into the end zone, and Atlanta's going, oh boy, we gotta give everything in this game against the great Washington team. We gotta do it all. So we can stay with the division in our own control. Fakes O'Connell, throws into the end zone. Touchdown, Raiders. Or touchdown, Vegas. It is Jacoby Myers, and Vegas takes the lead. Back and forth we go in this ball game. Jacoby Myers just slid into the flat. Kick is right down Broadway, and it is a 6-point lead for Vegas, 13-7. Okay, so Philadelphia brings out the extra point unit. Jake Elliott. This would make it a 2-possession game. The kick is right down Broadway. 17-7 Eagles. 1:55 to go in the second. Right out of the 2-minute warning. All right, Indianapolis is moving the ball here. They're driving, but they face a 3rd and 2, trailing by a large amount. Here's Taylor. He gets the first down. (21-6) Giants. And you got an offensive lineman limping here. That's Kelly. Taylor with the spin, and he picks up the first down for Indianapolis. 2 more games coming up on the Red Zone stream later. Don't know if I'll do the 8:30 game. As it is Downs. This kick right down Broadway. For Tennessee, and the shutout is over. They're at the half in Jacksonville, 13-3 Titans. All right, 35 seconds left in the second. Flag down offside. All right. At the 405, when we get to the half of the 405, 425 games, I will ask you guys like how committed you would be to watching the Sunday night game, me streaming it, and then I'll make my decision from there. And that would be a separate stream. First and 10 for the Bills. 35 seconds remaining in the half. 9-0 we lead. Josh had his toe tapped and taken down. Yeah, the reason why I ask is because there's playoff implications. I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of leaning towards doing that. And Taylor is taken down behind the line by the Giants. All right, back to Buffalo. Bills in the gun. Josh gets it. New York pressures. Josh trying to get out. Josh throws this thing incomplete, and he would have given up a sack. So smart by Josh. It makes it 3rd and 10 instead of being backed up into a spot where you may not have been able to at all get any points with a kick. Fourth and 5 for Indianapolis. Giants just called their final timeout. We'll see if Indy might go for this here because, remember, they have to win to stay in the playoff race. Josh stands in the pocket, throws. It's caught by Keon. He's short of the marker, but it's right around the 22. So now, do you go for it here, or do you take it down and just kick a field goal? I'm going to take it down, kick a field goal here. They'll take a timeout with 2 seconds left. I would think the field goal unit comes on. Make it 12-0. All right, 4th and 5, they're going for it. They got to have it. Flacco throws in the middle. Caught. First down, Indianapolis. It's 1st and goal. Clock is going to tick, however. They do have 2 timeouts. And he threw it over the middle of the field. The rub route, which I thought had sealed up. Panthers just got a touchdown. Apparently. So, with 50 seconds left, there's a chance they can kind of get back into this game somewhat. Hand off to Taylor. He gets back to the line. That's it. So they're going to show the touchdown here. So, in Tampa, 55 seconds left. Young threw the ball and had a man. And Adam Thielen has his second of the first half. So it's is that a 17-point lead for Tampa? I don't know. Touchdown, Indianapolis, Taylor. Uh, 13-point lead for Tampa Bay. It's a one-possession game again. A late touchdown for Jonathan Taylor. They're going to bring the heat in the second half. We know that. For Jonathan Taylor in Indianapolis. They survived till next week with a win. They're eliminated with a loss or a draw. Rattler throws short. It's dropped. Back in New Orleans, the Saints trailing by 6. No timeouts. So, honestly, that's a stupid play because it's a short rub route. He's not that close to the sideline. He catches that. He can't break a couple tackles. Clock expires. It will be a full start on the Saints. Illegal formation, which actually helps the Saints. Tyler Bass is going for a 39-yard field goal. Kick is up. It is right down Broadway. It's 12-0 Bills. What about Emil Benstrom? What about him? All right, here's Rattler. Rattler stepping up high. It's caught. He's got to get out of bounds. He does. With 9 seconds left, and it's second down. Saints have no timeouts. Down by 6. Bit of draft position, although it's better for, I think, the Raiders to lose. Throwing one back into the flat is Cooper Rush, and it's intercepted by the Eagles. He's kind of trotting this. He's not trying to run that fast, but a good return to the 35. And they're going to go to the half there in Philly. Eagles up by 10. Here's Radler. Radler gets out. Spencer lofts one out of bounds. And here comes the field goal unit with 3 seconds left in the first half. And this would make it only a 3-point game. It's still a 1-possession game. Blake Groupie. Blake's kick. It's a chance to make it a closer deficit. It is. It's right down Broadway. We're going to the half. Vegas 13, Saints 10. 80 rushing yards for Vegas, 48 for the good guys. I thought they were going right to the half. I don't know why Philadelphia would do anything in this game. There's 46 seconds left in the first half with Tampa Bay and Carolina. Bucks have the ball. I think they're kicking off to start the second half. Panthers will receive. Bucks are up by 13. Barkley gets a first down. Oh, they're looking for points here. I thought they were just going to kneel this away. No, they're looking for points. And the Eagles are at midfield, up by 10. "29 seconds left in the first half. Mayfield's throw is dropped by the Bucks with 42 seconds left, and Carolina has all 3 timeouts. So now they can really try to get the ball back and get a score before halftime. That would be big for them. Down by 13, make it a 1-possession game possibly. Well, a field goal wouldn't, but Carolina, you'd like to get a score. The most important thing is Tampa can't score. 2nd and 15, Mayfield. Mayfield throws, it's caught. And taken down, Devontae Smith's in the end zone. Touchdown Eagles, his second of the half, a 42-yard launch. 23-7, Philadelphia. Oh, they love it. 21 seconds remain in the half, and the Eagles are barnstorming over Dallas. What a play by Devontae Smith. Did he get in? He right there. I think that ball's over the goal line. They're going to look to see if where his knee was down. His knee hits at the 2, but I thought the ball crossed the plane. Oh, I don't think the entire ball crossed. So it will not be a touchdown, I don't believe. It won't be, but it'll be 1st and goal. Mayfield is hit, but he gets the pass off, and it's short of the marker. Timeout Panthers. 28 seconds remain, and Tampa Bay is going to have to punt the football. Yeah, that ball's short. So they do a 10-second runoff in Philadelphia, but the Eagles have a timeout. So the reason why is that he wanted to keep the timeout. He doesn't care about it. So if if they have the 23 seconds and they don't get it in the end zone on a running play, they have to sprint to the line and spike it. But you give the 13 seconds, you take another timeout if he doesn't get in, and I don't know if he gets in, but that second surge might have put Pickett in the end zone. Dallas thinks the ball's out. 1 second left. He did not get in. Pickett is short, but the Eagles have a timeout, and they're going to have to they'll take a timeout with 2 seconds left. Do you kick it here? Not sure. Panthers got the ball back. Bryce Young, first down to the 40. Carolina's got a timeout. They got to get to the ball quickly, or do they just take it? They just took it. So all these plays have to be to the sideline. That's funny. Let me know what you think if you would stay at nighttime to watch the Sunday night game, if me calling it. Because I'm thinking about doing the Sunday night game and next week's Sunday night game because I'm going to try to do all the playoff games. I'm not sure. And those have playoff implications. And if you don't know for sure, we can make a final determination at the 4:05, 4:25 hour. Or midway through that. You would say? Okay. I'm thinking about it. I'm really contemplating it. That's something you'd want, Trent? Young loops one out of bounds. 11 seconds left. The first down marker's at the 49. What is a flag doing here? There is a flag. Not sure who that's on. Offside, it's on Tampa. So it'll be a first down and a 5-yard penalty on Tampa Bay. 11 seconds left in Tampa Bay in the first half. 2 seconds left. Oh, Philly's going for the QB sneak. And he's in. Touchdown, Kenny Pickett with no time remaining in the half. And he loses his helmet and the lettuce flies out. Now it's 23-7. Extra point coming. And that will end the half. All right, 1st and 5. Young throwing, caught. First down, and he gets to field goal target range. Thielen does. Inside the 35, 6 seconds left. If Young can get a quick throw into the end zone, they've got it. I would do that. One throw quickly into the end zone. You would only need, it would be about a 36-yard throw. Okay, that's a bit of a hefty one. But 6 seconds remain. Carolina has no timeouts. Yeah, it's got to be in the end zone. It's got to be quick, too. It's got to be quick. Young gets the snap. Young throws. Airs one out to the sideline. Incomplete. 3 seconds left. And here comes the field goal team to put Carolina within only 10. And I believe they're getting the ball back. But it is Eddie Piñeiro who's had his misses, and he's had his misses against this football team with a chance to win. I'll make the decision, but I'm thinking I'm pretty positive I will do it. $53-yard field goal attempt. The extra point was right down Broadway, 24-7 Philadelphia. Every game's at the half except for this one. It is wide left, no good. No good. Piñeiro has had too many misses. So many misses against Tampa Bay. And he hooks this wide left. The lead stays at 13. We go to the half. 27-14 Buccaneers. Carolina getting the ball to start the second half. They're already in the second half in Jacksonville. Let me plug in my phone. I can tell you for a fact that I'm not streaming Monday night game tomorrow, though. I have a fun thing I'm going to tomorrow, so I won't be able to stream it. 3rd and 2 for the Titans. This game's all about draft position. Both teams have been eliminated. There's nothing to play for with these teams. A Tennessee loss really helps Tennessee in the draft position, though. In fact, I think Tennessee, I'm not sure. I think Tennessee would get the number 1 pick going into next week if the Giants score holds. Well, the Giants have a win against Cleveland, a win against Seattle, so they only have 1 conference win. Tennessee has a win against Houston. Up the gut, Spears gets a first down. Now, who else have the Titans beaten? Miami and New England. So no. The Giants would stay with the Giants would stay with the number 1 overall pick, even if they win, because they would have the least amount of conference wins, 1, which was against Seattle. So that's actually funny. I didn't realize that. So they do a jet sweep, and Ridley lost the ball, but he gets it back, and he'll get a good gain and close to the marker. He lost the football, and it looked like Jacksonville was either going to recover it or take it for a touchdown, but instead Ridley gets 8 yards after dropping the ball on the flip from Spears. Wildcat Spears is going to go for the first down and get close to the 30. So that is interesting. I didn't realize that. A Giant win. Still, they would be with the number 1 pick because they would have 2 AFC wins and 1 NFC and only 1 NFC win. With a win, and they actually would clinch they would still be able to clinch the number 1 overall pick next week with a loss against the Eagles. Now, if they win both, that's where it starts getting wanky with the rest of the other teams. Motion coming in and a handoff up the gut. Also, before the night game, we'll take some time to go through the AFC playoff picture because remember, just like last week, the Sunday night game and the Monday night game feature all four NFC matchups. Washington, Atlanta, San Francisco, Detroit. So we'll make sure to do that as well. Jets and Bills are in the second half. New York has the football, trailing by 12. Remember, Rodgers can... With 500 touchdown passes, let me... Big Minnesota Green Bay game. Also want to mention that we're going to be fine because that game is the nightcap before the night game, and that game we have that I can watch it. So, on Fox or whatever. Incomplete, looking for Adams, and that is no flag, I don't believe. We're at 19 minutes from Buffalo playing somebody. Sabres talking about St. Louis, and so that game. Is there basketball today? Let's see. There is. Brooklyn is playing Orlando at 3:30, so that starts later. And of course, during our broadcast, of course, the Pacers are playing. Actually, a pretty big game, Indiana and Boston. But I have something I wanted to look at real quick. Jalen Waddle and Tua Tagovailoa are out of the game with Miami and Cleveland, which is going to help Cleveland. It's going to help Los Angeles Rams, too. Oh, boy, here we go. Matt Gay kicks this one off deep into the end zone. Return to the end zone out to the 10. Now to the 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, midfield. He's gone. Are you kidding me? 99 yards. Amir Smith-Marset, touchdown, Giants. 12 seconds in to the second half, and the Giants are enjoying a 13-point lead. It could be 14 or a 14-point lead could be a 15-point lead with the extra point. So Aaron Rodgers would become, just with the whole thing with the Jets, just mention this. He would become the fourth player ever to throw 500 touchdown passes in a career, joining his mentor Brett Favre, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, and Tom Brady. And the only active quarterback close to him is Matt Stafford, who has 377 touchdown passes. And that's still 122 touchdown passes behind Rodgers, although he's about, I think, 4 years younger. Short pass caught close to the marker, and also Aaron Rodgers is eliminated from the playoffs. And Stafford, with some scores, will be going to the postseason today. Third and 2 for Tennessee. They're driving. Jacksonville, I don't think they like the substitutions. They have linebackers going around, moving around. Defensive lineman comes in. Linebacker pops in. Nobody knows their defensive coverage. This could be a big chance for Tennessee. Wide open touchdown. Nobody knew where anyone was for Jacksonville. They had late guys running all over the field. They had a linebacker coming up into the line. They had a defensive lineman slotting back into single coverage. And immediately a man was wide open for Tennessee. A touchdown for the Titans. And what was this coverage? Nobody knew. This almost looked like dirt football. Like you play in the dirt, somebody grab a guy. Yeah. What was the play call there? Not sure. Kick is right down Broadway. It's a one-possession game. It's 13-10. Tennessee trails only by 3. They have scored 10 unanswered points. And Jacksonville is getting the ball back with 6:51 to go in the third. Wait a minute. Are you the same person as Alexis Dubuck? Did you change your name, Bad Mother Tucker? What do you mean they're winning? Oh, they're winning. And if you didn't hear what I said earlier, the Giants with a win still, no matter what happens with Tennessee and Jacksonville, still would hold the number 1 overall pick because this is an AFC team they're playing. So the tiebreaker goes off of conference wins. And the Giants still have only one conference win, which is against Seattle. Their other win was against Cleveland. New York is punting. Hold on 1 second. I am going to do something. So I'm just going to put you in a timeout, Ben, really quick, because I'm not sure. You seem like a good guy, but I'm not sure. So I am, and don't say good guy, Trent. We know the whole thing. New York has downed it at the half-yard line. I'm going to just put you in a quick timeout just because I'm trying to figure out some things, and I'm not sure what's going on with your account. So just going to put you in a quick timeout, and we'll see from there. That's a different account from the real Alexis. So that person last time who we thought was Alexis, that's not him. So that's somebody else. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily Nathan because he doesn't really talk like that, but it could be somebody else. So I just timed him out. So that's different. But anyway, it is 3rd and 1. Yeah, now for sure I'm going to... The only thing I can think of is maybe that's his alternate account. If he comes in and says, hey, why'd you ban my alternate account? I'll just let him know the whole thing. Taylor is going down the sideline and he scores. Touchdown, Indianapolis. Well, back and forth we go. Jonathan Taylor with a long run. And Indianapolis, with an extra point, will make this once again a one-possession game. So Taylor for 26 yards. All right. Bills have the ball. We have the ball on our own 1 for the Bills. Jacksonville has the ball on their own 30. The extra point is right down Broadway. It's it's a one-possession game in MetLife. We're in the second half in New Orleans. Raiders have the ball at their own 15. The team with the closest field position right now still going on is the Jaguars. Okay, cool. They lead by 3. And they're still at the half in Philadelphia. Still at the half in Tampa Bay. Panthers are getting the football back. Now they trail by 13. Oh, well, they are in the second half already in Tampa Bay. First play for Carolina. First play for Philadelphia. Eagles try to clinch the NFC East. And for some other things, Panthers lose yards on a running play. Now to Philadelphia. Handoff, Barkley outside. Barkley is going to bounce outside and be taken out of bounds. Pickett in the gun. Pickett points over to Barkley. Pickett, Dallas might be offside. No flag. Pickett throws, almost intercepted. It should have been picked off by the Cowboys, but it was not. And Pickett's down. Well, he hops up now, but a flag, and it's on the Cowboys. Well, Pickett, he's laboring right now. And this is their backup quarterback. I don't think Jalen Hurts would be ready to come back. Oh, my. So close for a pickoff. With the Eagles driving. First and 10. Pickett's under center. Smith comes in motion. Pickett hands it off Barkley. Barkley up the middle. Barkley slides inside the 40, close to the line to gain. All right, we're back in Tampa. Young standing in, throws, caught. First down, close to midfield. Panthers starting to move the ball a little bit. You would love a touchdown here. Well, I really would love if Pinheiro would have hit the kick, but he didn't. To his credit, though, it was a long kick. It just never looked like it was going inside the post or wherever. Barkley picks up the first down. First down, Eagles. They move the chains. And he's averaged over. He's over 1,800 yards rushing this year. He could get to 2,000. That's the big marker on him. He's only got to get about 160, I think, more from now, and he's got to bounce ahead for a good gain. 7-yard gain at 2nd and 3. Pickett's in the pistol. Stamps his foot, hands it off. Barkley. Barkley outside, inside. First down. Philadelphia. And he moves the chains. All right, we're back to MetLife. 3rd and 11. Drew Lock throws short. Caught. Tracy fumbled the football. Are they calling it a fumble? They are, and I think Giants recovered. So Giants will punt up by 8. Indianapolis going to have to try to tie the game here. But Indianapolis have the most AFC wins, so if they do win this week, then they just have to beat Jacksonville next week and get a all backup Kansas City team to knock out Denver, and the Colts will be going to the playoffs. They would likely face Buffalo, a team that was where their season ended the last time they were in the postseason, back in early 2021. And that was also a 2-7 matchup. But the Bills have to win this game to clinch that 2 seed. And then the 3 seed would be one of the AFC North winners, either Baltimore or Pittsburgh. We'll talk about that later. Pickett throws over the middle. Caught. First down. Inside the 10. Good gain for Gainwell. All right. Pickett in the gun. Barkley in the backfield, 3rd and goal now. Pickett. Pickett rolling out, throwing into the end zone. Touchdown, A.J. Brown. But we have a flag down. And it's a hold on Philadelphia. The touchdown's off the board. Barkley is stopped. And they're going to bring in the kicking team now. Jake Elliott's kick is right down Broadway. Christian Bedford picks off Aaron Rodgers, and he's going out of bounds. Again, we've done it with 7:20 to go in the 3rd quarter. And New York is being called for a late hit out of bounds. I've heard of them. Why? All right, Indianapolis got the ball back as we talked about. Flacco airs one down to single coverage. It is caught. But they might be calling OPI here. Pittman looks like he pushed off. They're not calling OPI. He pushes off. And I'm not talking about hand fighting. This is a push off. All right, Carolina, I guess, never got yards, and they got points. They had to punt. Mayfield airs one out. It's caught by Evans. Mike Evans taken down close to the 40. And Tampa is moving this ball. Driving here. They're in field goal range. They lead by 13. And Carolina needs to force a turnover here. They didn't show up, but I believe Vegas just hit a field goal. There's a lot of inactives I see on the screen here for Miami in the game that is right after all the 1 o'clock games. It is going to be a first down for the Colts tailback, Taylor. Irving does not have many yards on that. Carolina with the crackback just tore him down asunder. 4th and 1. Flacco. Under center. We got to get a stop. Handoff up the gut. Taylor is over the top. Did he get there? Referee is looking at the spot of this ball. He's walking towards the sideline. Referee, oh, they got to get the yard marker. They got to get the chains. They're going to bring the chains now to see. Taylor tried to jump over the line. I think he might be short. Bucks are offside. This looks short. It's short. Giants take over on downs. It is short. And Indianapolis's drive is over. They have to take all these risks, and they really haven't paid off a lot. Well, I guess the one did on the 4th down. It's a first down to get in the end zone for their touchdown in the first half. A first down for Jalen McMillan. 1st and goal, Tampa Bay. They're trying to rip this open. Indianapolis. Richardson was announced out of the lineup yesterday, and Joe Flacco from Audubon is out. Kenny Pickett is out. So I don't think Jalen Hurts can play because he was listed inactive. It's not. It's Tanner McKee, their 3rd-string quarterback. So Dallas is playing the 3rd-string quarterback for the Eagles. McKee. High catch by Irving. I'll be honest, I don't think Jalen Hurts plays next week. The only way Jalen Hurts plays if he's ready to go, in my opinion, is if Minnesota and Detroit both lose, meaning Philadelphia has a chance for the 1 seed. That's the only way I think that happens. And if that happens, though, that would be great because then, for them, then they could have a bye. Bucks are trying to knock on the door. Now, you're a hockey guy too, Trent. If I said the name Jay McKee, would you go, oh, that sounds familiar, or nothing? Throws short screen. Jalen McMillan, stiff arm. Jalen McMillan is taken down at the 5, and it's 3rd and goal. Big for the Panthers, but even a field goal here hurts for you because trail by 13, that'd be a 16-point lead. 2 touchdowns and two-point conversions tie this thing if they only get a field goal. But so it wouldn't be a 3-possession lead if they kick it. But if they get in, it sure is. Oh, it's surprising. I didn't know you know you're a younger guy. Jay McKee played for the Sabres in the early-ish 2000s, like 05, 06, 07. He was a pretty strong player. Touchdown, Tampa Bay! Durham! Is the 4th touchdown pass of the game for the former Oklahoma Sooner, Boomer Sooner, Baker Mayfield. And they're running away with this thing. Allen launches one into the end zone. Touchdown, Bills! He was being held, and he caught it anyway. 5:13 to go in the 3rd. And it's 18-zip. Amari Cooper. What a route by Cooper. He was being held by the Jet corner. They never threw a flag, but Amari made the catch. All right. Kick by Bass. Right down Broadway. 19-0. Bills. Counting down. Do we get the 2 seed? Real quick, did Chargers sweep Denver this year? Yes, so they're locked into a 7. Okay, just looking at that. So here is McKee with his first ever appearance in a non-preseason game. McKee takes the snaps. It's a pitch to Saquon Barkley, and he gets 9. He might have... No, he didn't get 10. He got 9. He's short of the marker. All right, Giants are moving the ball a little bit, up by 8. Barkley, that solid run, and it's 2nd and 1. McKee under center. Barkley in the backfield. Hand off to him. Barkley shakes a tackle. He's at midfield. He's at the 40. He's inside the 35. Knocked out at about the 32-yard line. First down, Philadelphia. They lead by 20, and they're knocking clock off, and they're running the football angrily with Saquon Barkley. I think there were some factions of the Eagles organization and fans that would have loved for him to get it against the Giants next week. He might get those 2,000 yards here because they are forced to use their third-string quarterback. He needs 157 yards to tie the single-season record, and he loses a couple. So put that, I guess, at a minute. But McKee has not thrown a pass yet. He's in the gun. You wonder how well he knows the playbook, but he is a third-string quarterback on the roster, so you would think that he knows it somewhat well. He's going to throw his first NFL pass and completes it. Devontae Smith, 2nd and 11, becomes 3rd and short. Handoff Barkley up the gut, first down. Philadelphia. And boy, are they moving this ball. You kidding me? Barkley, a guy that, benched 455 in college. I mean, you own all the records in the weight room when it comes to Penn State University. That's big. And they play in a couple days, actually, against Boise State. That's a huge game. And Barkley's going to get a couple yards on that. All right, 3rd and 6 for Rodgers. We blitz. Rodgers is sacked. New York punt coming. Von Miller got him. The veteran, future Hall of Famer from Texas A&M. All right, McKee is in the gun. On 2nd and 8, McKee takes the snap. McKee lofts one into the end zone. It is caught by A.J. Brown, but he didn't get any feet in. It's 3rd down. And that would have been the first career touchdown pass for Tanner McKee. And A.J. Brown caught it with one hand. He had 1 foot. He had 1 foot in, the 2nd foot hit the end line. If it stayed in, it would have been a tremendous touchdown pass. And McKee took a great hit after the play as well. with Jerome Bland in coverage for Dallas. I don't know what's going on with these other games. They have basically just placed this game, just staying at the Philadelphia game. We have whistles and a flag, and I think the Cowboys are offside, which should make it 3rd and 3. Wow, apparently Amari Cooper's touchdown catch against New York hit 10,000 in his career for the former Cowboy. And they're offside, and Eagles are going to take a timeout now on 3rd and 3 to figure out what they want to do. They lead by 20, and they're driving. All right, Panthers are punting again. 5:30 in the 3rd. They now trail by 20. Oh, this is why we're seeing the game. I said, why are we watching a punt? There's a duck on the field. It's blocked. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. There was a duck on the field. It's not a typo. It's not a mistalk. There was a literal duck, like that you think of, quack, quack, all that, on the football field. Carolina was staring at the duck, missed the snap, it got blocked, and Tampa took it 15 yards. Touchdown, Buccaneers. It looks like they're going to stay in the division race. And you wonder if Baker Mayfield is going to show up with a pet duck. McKee throws into the end zone. Touchdown, A.J. Brown. And it is Tanner McKee's first ever NFL touchdown pass. This one he catches. And it's 33-7. I can't believe these past 2 touchdowns. We have Carolina have a punt blocked because there's an actual duck on the football field. And Tampa return it for a touchdown. And then Tanner McKee, the 3rd string quarterback, throws a touchdown pass against the Cowboys in his first ever NFL game. Can't make it up. You can't make this up, and it extends large leads. I don't even know what your LOL knowing, but it's all good. Indianapolis just hit a big play. I don't think the Giants scored, so I think Flacco's pass, this means something. It's a big pass. Jacksonville is driving. They are winning by 3, and a timeout was taken. Okay, so the Giants went for a 4th and 1. They didn't even get it. They didn't even close. They didn't even get back to the line on a sweep. And Indy just hit a big play. And they just entered the 4th quarter in Bergen County. Sack for Spillane from the Raiders. All right, 3rd and 10, 3-point lead for Jacksonville. Jones throwing one into the end zone. It's caught. Who else? Brian Thomas Jr. Touchdown, Jaguars. It's 19-10 in favor of Jacksonville for Brian Thomas Jr. What a throw to Brian Thomas Jr. by Jones. Now, this game is not a one-possession game anymore. I believe is it still 16-10 Raiders? I think it is. Yes. So it's still a one-possession game in that one. And the Duck is back on the field. The Duck that has helped out the Bucs. Throw into the end zone is incomplete. Looking for Coleman. Now, Tampa, I don't believe, is offside. Oh, no, excuse me. Tampa, I don't believe, is a home game next week. I think that game's in the Bayou. Not sure, though. No, it's in Tampa. So this is actually not their final home regular season game. They have another game in Tampa Bay next week, which could be their final home regular season game of the season. It will be if Atlanta wins both games and Carolina doesn't have a clawback. There is a flag on New York Jets for roughing the passer, and it's a stupid penalty taken by them. They have just been unraveling. All right, here's Flacco, just past midfield, throws over the middle, caught, but where's forward progress? Downs, I don't think forward progress is at the marker, and I think the Colts are going to have to go for this early in the fourth quarter. All right, 1st and goal for the Bills. Handoff to the outside. Breaks the tackle, jumps to the pylon. I don't think he got there. Did Josh get there? No, but right to the 1, 2nd and goal. That was Cook, actually. Oh, boy. Cook tried to punch the ball at the goal line. He may have fumbled it out of bounds for a touchback. Bills should go quickly because I think New York might throw a challenge on this. We should go really quickly here. Well, they get it off. Cook is in. Touchdown, Bills! 25-0. Bills. And that is the 61st touchdown this season. That's the most touchdowns by any Buffalo Bill team. More than the great 90-91 team that went to the Super Bowl. You know, the wide right, that team. More touchdowns scored in team history, and this team is going to the playoffs. They're going to have a home game, and they might have 2 because it looks like they're going to have a good chance to win the number 2 seed. So they're looking at just random, not sports things. So looking at the Duck again, and apparently A.J. Brown not thinking threw the ball out of the stands. The ball is the first touchdown pass ball for McKee. He went out and got it. All right, third quarter's over in New Orleans. Vegas is in the red zone with the ball. They're not in the red zone. They're on the 9, actually. They're up by 6. That's a one-possession game, although an offensive score makes it a 2-possession game. So we have 2 one-possession games. Giants with the ball, but looks like we're going to have to punt. And the Raiders. So 2 one-possession games right now. Although Tennessee has the ball just outside midfield, closing in on 5 minutes, and they're only down by 10. So a offensive score, no, actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be an offensive score. A score for Tennessee makes that a one-possession game. So we got one-possession games in New Orleans, in New Jersey, and if Tennessee gets a score, also in Northern Florida, in Jacksonville. But gotta wait for that. Okay, Marshawn Lattimore is out for Washington. Locke is in the gun on 3rd and 7. Drew scrambles, throws, high, incomplete. Would have been a first down. It's 4th down, and we're going to have to punt. Brock Bowers broke another record I didn't even realize. He broke the most receptions by a rookie. Puka Nacua said it last year, and now he has the most receptions by a rookie receiving player. And it's funny, the 3 guys that he's ahead of, Malik Neighbors, who possibly could get to that record, although Neighbors has to outpace Bowers. He has 101 right now. But Neighbors, Nacua, and Waddle, even if Neighbors does break that record, it's crazier because he's a tight end. Rodgers fakes, throws a screen, and it's dropped by New York. And we got the ball, and Rodgers never picked it up. We got the ball. We're running into the end zone, but it's not going to be a touchdown. It will be a turnover. They said he was down. He was down by contact, but it's 26-0, and we're going to have the ball in the red zone against New York late in the 3rd. .325 to go in the 4th. Tennessee is in the red zone with a score of any kind. They make this a one-possession game, the 3rd of the 1 o'clock hour. Rudolph gets out. Lofts one. Incomplete, out of bounds. Let's check the NHL score we said we were going to check. They're about 5 minutes from the other game. Buffalo has a lead in St. Louis, guys, if anyone cares. The Sabres have a lead. It is Peyton Krebs. And then we're not there at the NBA score, but in about 5 minutes, there will be a tip-off in Central Florida between the Magic and the Nets. It's actually an intriguing game. I think both are in a playoff position right now. Orlando is. Brooklyn's not. They're in 12th place at 12-19. Orlando is in 4th, 19-14. 19-14. All right, 3rd and 3. Throws into the end zone, incomplete. Looking for Myers. Aiden O'Connell was looking for Myers. For Myers, he was. And it's going to be 4th down, I believe. 3rd and 13. Line to gain is the 1. They're in short field goal range, though. Flag comes down. And it looks like it might be a false start. Looks like it might be 3rd and, yes, 3rd and 18 for the Titans. All right, Raiders. This was one of the 3 one-possession games. This could be a 2-possession game if they nail the kick. And it is right down Broadway. They do. It's 19-10. And so that's a 2-possession game. So for right now, this is the only 1-possession game, which is in MetLife. And Indianapolis only gets a couple yards on the short catch. It's 2nd down. Trying to avoid elimination. 28-20 Giants. It kind of has that feel of their win against Seattle. And the final home game for the Giants, although not the final game in MetLife Stadium. The Jets play Miami in MetLife. That could have some ramifications playoff if Miami beats Cleveland today. Incomplete. But I think we're getting called for a hold defensively. Let me know if you want to talk, Trent, about anything. We're talk about sports again. That was fun. I like talking with you about that. I really do. I think they're calling PI on the Giants. Yeah, it's on Deontay. Flacco is in the shotgun. Ball at the 20. They are in the red zone. Flacco gets the snap, hands it off to Taylor. Taylor goes up the gut. Taylor, good gain to the 15, a 5-yard gain. All right, 3rd and 9 for the Bills. About 20 seconds left in the third quarter. Josh stands in. They blitz. Oh, and they got a block on Reddick. They pressure. Josh throws across his body into the air. Keon makes the catch. Touchdown, Bills. You should never make that throw, but he does. Touchdown 62 on the year. Keon, what a catch. And it's 32 zip. Oh, we got a flag down in Buffalo, though. Taylor is taken down before the line that they need. I think the flag's on New York. Why do they? I don't know, but they have the ball on 3rd and 6 in the red zone. Cooper Rush takes the snap. Rush, handoff, up the middle. Good gain. They may have fumbled the ball again. I think they did. Do the Eagles have the football? We'll see. Flacco throws into the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown. Pierce. Alec Pierce. Touchdown, Indianapolis. A 2-point conversion will tie it for Indianapolis. It's 28-26 Giants. Remember, Seattle had a chance to tie the game late with a field goal, and they returned it for a touchdown, a block kick. So possibly we'll see something special teams. Not sure. They are looking at a flag in Philadelphia. I don't know what the flag in Buffalo. I think it's on New York. 2-point conversion. New York Jets, 2-point conversion for Indianapolis. Also, Sauce Gardner is out of the game. He will not return to Buffalo. Eagles did recover. They still have not fixed the flag. Unnecessary roughness on one of the tackles for the Cowboys. So that's going to be good for them. Tennessee's kick is right down Broadway. We got another one-possession game with 1:55 to go. 20-13, Jacksonville leads by 7. Oh, okay. All right. 2-point conversion attempt for Indianapolis. Trailing by 2 against the Giants. 10:53 left in the ball game. We're back in Tampa. Bucks have the ball again in the red zone. Are you kidding me? Bucky Irving will lose yards. They're still moving it. It's early in the fourth, but they're all over the Panthers. It's 41-14. And they'll take the lead in the division with a win momentarily. But tonight, Atlanta can find a way to get it. A shovel pass reverse play on the 2-point conversion. They did a reverse play, and the receiver dropped the ball. 2-point conversion is no good, and the Giants keep the lead. 28-26 in MetLife. Giants beating Indianapolis. Remember, they tried to give it to Taylor, who dropped the ball 2 weeks ago. But remember, as there's a flag on the field in Tampa Bay, that a Giant win, no matter what happens, they still stay for now with a chance to get the number 1 overall pick because they only have they would only have one conference win, which would be against Seattle earlier in the year. Carolina, I think they're saying, is offside. So we third down. So the conversation was Jadeveon Clowney was offside. They were trying to figure out if they should, what the Panthers should do about it. But the Buccaneers are going to just take that third down, make it third and short. Spencer Rattler gets out of a Vegas rush. Rattler is going to pick up the first down. Saints are moving, but there's not a lot of time left in the fourth. Trailing by 9. Third and 2 for the Bucs. Thanks to the offside on Clowney. Mayfield high snap. They pick up the blitz. It's McMillan. First down. Touchdown. 5 touchdown passes today for Baker Mayfield. And Jalen McMillan gets in. And the Buccaneers, who are playing for their playoff lives, appear with only 13:30 left in the game like they will still be able to have a chance at the division next week and momentarily stay in the wild card race. Kick is right down Broadway. It's 48-14. Tampa Bay. Remember, the record all time for touchdown passes in a game is 7. Recently, I think it might have been tied a couple years ago, but that's right. It was tied by I think Nick Foles twice. In like 2018, I think he tied it, and Peyton Manning said it tied it as well in 2013, but the record is 7. He has 5 now. I don't know if they'd keep him in. McKee is going to go under center here. Eagles are really pushing now. Still two one-possession games in Jacksonville and MetLife. If the Saints can get any type of score, then they are gonna make that a one-possession game. Malik Neighbors makes the catch. He's short of the marker, and that is now 102 catches for him. Here is Rattler throwing high. It is tipped, and it's picked off by Vegas. 11:22 left in the fourth. Okay, there's time, but Vegas gets the football up by 9. All right. 2nd and 4. Drew is under center. Drew gets the snap, hands it off. Tracy stood up. He'll be short of the marker, the line of gain. The first down. It is 3rd and 3 for the Giants. Lehkonen. As you could put him in more spots. Drouin is older. He'll retire in a couple of years if you're doing like season mode, and nothing will happen with Drouin. You're not going to get a lot of value from him. You can get a lot of value trading. If you want to trade at the deadline, you get a lot of value for Lehkonen. Locke throws. Caught, first down. Robinson gets enough for the first down. And the Giants move the chains. Got to get an offensive score here to really feel the get the pressure off. Barkley's 18 yards away from 2,000 in the season. Barkley down the sideline. I think he got 2,000. He does. 2,000 rushing yards in the single season. The first tailback to do that since Adrian Peterson did it in 2012 to 13. And Saquon Barkley has 2,000 rushing yards in this season. Keep that football. (2,003 yards so far. Timeout Eagles, so the fans can really, really appreciate him. So he's at 205. They just said he needs 100 yards. That's it. 100 yards over either this week or next week against the Giants, and Saquon Barkley will tie the rushing record set by Eric Dickerson. 101 yards, and he will break the all-time record, and I hope he breaks it. And I know a lot of Giant fans say, are you kidding me? Why would you hope he breaks it? He left us. Number one, he wouldn't have done anything close to the fact with the Giants. And number two, history is something you got to appreciate. You don't always get to see it, but it's something like this. Now, I'm not necessarily going to say I hope Kansas City gets a three-peat. That would be something that hasn't ever happened in the Super Bowl era, only twice in the history of the National Football League. But if it happens, you got to appreciate it. That's all I say. Drew Lock throws a screen, almost picked off. It's caught by Malik Neighbors. Malik to the 40, Malik to the 30, 20. He's gone. Malik Neighbors, touchdown, Giants, his second of the game. And the Giants extend the lead. 34-26, Giants. And an extra point makes this a two-possession game. What a play by Malik Neighbors. Only 8:39 left in the ball game. And Indianapolis is staring winter cold in the face. Allen throws the screen. Up the middle. First down! He's gone! Touchdown, Bills! Tyrell Sanders! Bills 39, New York nothing. 12:37 left from the 2 seed. And in Englewood, they're loving it because the Rams, if this stands, and the Bills have tied the all-time NFL record with a 13th player with a reception touchdown. I don't even know. Can you have a different player? Do you have enough to set it? That's a lot of different players to receive. Touchdown Eagles, the second of the game. The second touchdown pass of the game for McKee. And 40 points for Philadelphia with 10:03 to go in the ball game. Tanner McKee, what a throw. The kick is right down Broadway for Elliott. 41-7, and they are closing in on the NFC East division title. They won it 2 years ago. Throws one into the end zone for Vegas. Did he get both feet down? Yes, he did. Touchdown, Vegas. 25-10, Las Vegas, with 8:20 to go in the fourth. All right, Indianapolis has the ball, trailing, caught close to the marker. Also, it's 3:42, so we're closing in on Cleveland, Miami starting soon. That's a big game. Quick update from St. Louis. 2-1 Sabres. We mentioned Tage Thompson, Peyton Krebs had a goal. Tage Thompson has a goal. The one goal for the Blues was scored by Braden Shen, the former Flyer. There's a game coming up at 4, I believe, right? Also, I'm confused. When is this Winter Classic game? As I think Indianapolis just scored a touchdown. Sorry, did they? We can't miss that. That's important. No, he threw it out of the back of the end zone, missed the man. When is this Winter Classic? Because why do I see Devils Kings as the only game on New Year's Day? So it's supposed to be New Year's Day, but they might change it, is what we're hearing? Okay, so it's supposed to be New Year's Day, but it's not listed as New Year's Day because the NHL is in talks of rescheduling it. Finally, it's supposed to be some winter storm in Chicago. I don't know. What the deal is for that? Flacco throws it to the end zone. Touchdown. Pittman. They won't go away. And an extra point will make this a 2-point game, 35-33. Oh, it's... Wait, what? Oh, it's being played on New Year's Eve. Why? I don't like that. No, I don't like, real quick to hockey. Why would you play on New Year's Eve? There's a myriad of other teams playing New Year's Eve. I get that they're playing earlier, but still. I don't get that. New York is a new quarterback in. It's Tyrod Taylor, and he'll get a good game. But I don't get that. I really don't. I'll be honest. I don't. I don't like that. Also, just the loser of this game, because the Raiders look like they're going to get 4 wins. If the Raiders do win, the loser of this Jacksonville Tennessee game is going to be in the number 2 overall pick spot behind the Giants. And right now, if it stands, that would be Tennessee. 14 seconds left of this game. 4th and 10. Here we go. 4th and 10. And a timeout taken by Jacksonville. With 14 seconds left, Tennessee has the ball, trailing by 7, with no timeouts. Lock under center. Lock. They bring a free-range guy to blitz, and the screen dumped, incomplete. 2nd and 10. 4th and 10. Rudolph throws the end zone incomplete on their flags. There are no flags. 9 seconds left. The Jaguars are going to win. And Tennessee, for now, is going to be entrenched with the number 2 overall pick in the NFL draft right now. And if the Raiders score holds, actually, I want to check something. Did Tennessee lose, beat Cleveland, or did they lose to Cleveland? I'm pretty sure they played Cleveland. Or I could be wrong. They did not play Cleveland. That was Jacksonville. I would actually have to see that. Cleveland, Tennessee then with... How many wins does Tennessee have? Yeah, I see that. Because this has to do with draft spots. Tennessee... Let's see. Tennessee beat Miami. That's an AFC win. New England and Houston. So those are 3 AFC wins. The other team with 3, if the Raiders score holds, would end up being Cleveland, I believe. Oh, and New England. Oh, I forgot about New England. Yeah, for now. I trust you pretty much. But if something happens with somebody else, I may have to unlodge you. But I'll let you know. I'll let you know, just in case. All right. Cleveland also has 3 AFC wins. And a catch by Neighbors. See if Cleveland play anybody. Locke is under center. 35-33 Giants. Up the gut and he lost yards. Neighbors again had some good games that we were talking about. In the gun, Locke stepping up, throwing, caught to the 30, to the 20, Robinson. He's carrying guys to the 9. 1st and goal, Giants. Actually, real quick, the Patriots, I think, with their 3 wins, it was against the Jets, the Bears, and what was the other win? Jets, Bears, and Bengals. So actually, the Patriots only have 2 AFC wins. So actually, I was wrong. Tennessee's not entrenched in third. It would be Tennessee, then Cleveland. New England is in the 2nd position. So right now, real quickly, as it's a good game for the Giants on 1st and goal, if the draft started today, the number 1 overall selection, 61-yard attempt for Aubrey to kick is off the post, no good, with 3:50 and change to go on the 4th. If it's the way things stand, the number 1 overall pick would go to the Giants. The number 2 overall pick would go to the Patriots. The number 3 overall selection would go to Tennessee. The 4th would go to Cleveland. And the 5th would go to Jacksonville. The Jaguars have won. Locke throws over the middle, incomplete, out of the end zone. But that's the one game that's gone final. Bills are still playing. And it's 3rd and goal. Tyrod Taylor thrown in the end zone. Touchdown, New York. Garrett Wilson, and the shutout is over. It's over, and it is 40-6 Bills. And they are, I think, going to go for 2. 3rd and goal for the Giants. The 2-point lead becomes 5 if we go for a field goal. Use as much time as possible. Indianapolis does have all 3 timeouts, however. Locke fakes the handoff. Locke is going to run with the ball. He is going to pump. Locke, Drew is going to be in. Touchdown, Giants. 2:57 left. The lead is extended. Midnight is starting to tick on Indianapolis' season. And remember, for those talking about draft picks, number 1, the team is going to fight hard. Number 2, they've got pride. Number 3, a giant win still puts them in the position to get the number 1 overall pick. All they got to do is lose or draw to Philly, and they've clinched it next week. So no matter who is the Latvian goalie, Vyomelka? Kick is right down Broadway. Lead is 9. 42-33. Giants. In this game, Cincinnati is cheering loud because that means they do not have to worry about what happens with Indianapolis and Jacksonville next week. But they will root for their in-state rivals next week, in a little bit, against depleted Cleveland. Against depleted Miami. So they had a flag in Dallas, Philly. That game starts at about, the Cleveland-Miami game starts at about 9 minutes. I forget where Pacioretty is. I think he's Toronto? Yeah, Toronto. So they have disqualifying fouls. They're just taking some of these guys out of the game. The blood is bad right now between Dallas and Philly. It always is. Kenny Pickett's injury might be a little bit better. They're not sure. He may dress next week against the Giants, but if you're an Eagles fan, it's not Pickett that you want. You want Hurts. But he was ruled out in the first half last week against Washington. Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, that's right. The Giants haven't won a game in this building. Flacco throws a pick. 30, 20, tripped up at the 17. The rookie from Lexington, Kentucky, picks off the quarterback from Southern New Jersey in East Rutherford. And the Giants are going to have a chance here in their final home game. Now, there is another game in MetLife next week, which could have some playoff ramifications. We talked about it. That's Miami Jets. Although a Cleveland win means it will have no ramifications. Okay, it's final. Tampa Bay rolled Carolina. That game is over. Buccaneers win, which means they now lead the NFC South. Although, just for now, if the Bucs get a Washington win, if Washington wins later tonight, which I may broadcast, I'm not sure, the Buccaneers are eliminated from the wild card, but they control their own destiny next week with the NFC South title. Win against New Orleans, you're in the playoffs. If Atlanta wins, Tampa Bay is, I would have to see what the math would be, but Tampa Bay is able to get into the postseason as a wild card still, but to get to the division, the only way for them to get into the wild card, I think, is they would need Dallas to win. They would have to beat Carolina. They would have to beat New Orleans. That's the weird situation. An Atlanta win and a Tampa win, where Tampa could still win the division, but they could also get into a wild card spot. It's very weird. And nothing can be done by their own, but we'll see what happens. Is it Vimielka? That's who I kind of think you're talking about from the Utah. All right, let's go. But Bucs have won the game, so at least now they take control of what they can. Drew Lock has just become the first Giant with 300-plus passing yards and 4-plus touchdown passes and 1 rushing touchdown since 2014. The only quarterback ever to do that is the future Hall of Famer Eli Manning. Handoff up the gut, Tracy. And Indianapolis is going to use their final timeout. It's 4th down. We're closing on the 2-minute warning. Eli is a finalist for the Hall of Fame. The other being, in their first year of eligibility, Kuechly, Marshall Yanda, Suggs, and Vinatieri. If only one gets in, and Eli Manning's my favorite football player ever. If only one gets in, it's got to be the Hall of Famer representing the trailing team in this game, Indianapolis, in Adam Vinatieri. Adam Vinatieri has scored the most points out of any player in NFL history of any position. He's won multiple Super Bowls by himself. He had the 2 field goal kicks against Carolina and the Rams for the Patriots. He was the longest tenured player in NFL history. You got to give it to him, I would think, if you give it to only one. The kick is right down Broadway. It's 45-33, just closing on the 2-minute warning. It is a 12-point lead. Well, you were trying to draft him? It's the expansion draft. Why is he in the I'm confused. In the NHL thing. I'm confused. 1st and 10, New York Jets. 4:44 left in the 4th. 40-8 Bills. A win by the Bills puts them at the 2 seed. Another thing with the Bills, folks, coming in late. A win by them would be one of the wins that would help Los Angeles Rams to win their division. If that happens, then the Rams could actually win the division in our red zone area. They would need losses by Miami and Green Bay, and the Rams would be going to the playoffs. And if that's the case, also, the other funny thing about that happens is if that happens, then we go in the final week with only one playoff, but we go into that Sunday night game with only one playoff spot remaining in the NFC, which would be the final spot between the loser of the NFC South and Washington. Conklin is taken down behind the line of scrimmage. And it is 3rd and 6. So you're going to have to start looking at seeding now. But a lot of these teams are eliminated. But the Giants, Indianapolis, they should get us there when the Giants kick off. They have. A hold on Indianapolis. 2:14 left. They have no timeouts. They do have the 2-minute warning. It would behoove the Giants for Indianapolis to only run one play before the 2-minute warning, because then afterwards they couldn't stop the clock unless they got out of bounds or incompletions. Yes, that was dumb, but yeah. For those wondering why he said that, is we're going to the 2-minute warning in Bergen County. Dumba, back a couple years ago, I think it was the year I don't remember if it was the year. No, I think it was the year they lost to Vegas in the first round. 21-22? No, 2021. On Hockey Day in Minnesota, Minnesota played Los Angeles. I was live streaming the game, and Dumba had a backhander with no time left, and I had a big call where I lost my voice. It was like, he scored, no time. It was crazy, and committed fans that have watched the show for like 3-4 years ago, they mentioned that a lot. I don't know why, but it's mentioned a lot. I said Dumba. Oh, you're saying it wasn't dumb? Well, it wasn't dumb, but it's funny you guys keep mentioning it. The Eagles also with a win, another thing, because they would win the division, would clinch a top 2 seed. They can't go lower than 2. The Eagles with a loss by Minnesota, win by Green Bay, and a win by San Francisco tomorrow, and then a draw next week between San Francisco, between the Vikings and the Lions, and a win next week against the Giants would clinch the number 1 seeds. They need a lot of things to happen, but they're taking care of their business. And a Viking win would actually mean that the number 1 seed would come between the Lions and the Vikings. The Vikings cannot clinch the number 1 seed this week. The Lions can, with a win and a loss or draw by Minnesota. First down, Jets, New York, and starting to crunch this through. Okay, here we go. The Browns are kicking off here in Miami, in South Beach. This is not in South Beach. This is in Cleveland. The Browns, with a win, eliminate the Dolphins from the playoffs. Their state rivals are going to root for them because that would help them. Also, a loss by Miami means that the Dolphins-Jets game in MetLife has no playoff ramifications. Vikings-Packers is starting, I think, in about 20 minutes. That's the final red zone game. Again, not the final game of the day. It might not be the final game on this broadcast because I might do the other game. I'm not sure. Flacco in the gun, 2-minute warning, just passed. They have no timeouts. They need 2 touchdowns. Indianapolis trails by 12. Flacco is sacked and he lost the ball! Was his knee down? No! Giants ball! The Giants have the football! And they love it in South Beach. They love it in Cincinnati. They don't care in Denver. But no, his knee was not down, and the Giants recovered. Indianapolis has no timeouts. And the Giants' long losing streak, it looks like it's going to end in the final game in the state of New Jersey. They're going to Philadelphia next week. The third turnover by Indianapolis, and it looks like they'll be eliminated from the postseason. Couple of kneel downs coming up for the Giants. Joe Flacco had 330 yards, 2 touchdowns with 2 picks. Drew Lock had 4 touchdowns, 309 yards. Don't let that fool you. This is not the guy. But still a great, great game for Drew Lock. So let's see what have gone final. Jacksonville, that went final. Tampa Bay, we know that went final. Philly wins. The Philadelphia Eagles are the 2024-25 NFC East champions. They are division winners, and they will clinch a top 2 seed, meaning that Philadelphia will have home field in either the first 3 rounds or 2 then 3. So they'll have home field for at least 2 games if they win. We're not sure. Maybe 3 if they get some help from the Packers and the 49ers tomorrow. We're in Cleveland. Stepping up, throwing, caught Tyreek Hill. Good gain, first down. Dolphins, Tagovailoa is not in the game. He did not dress. And we got pushing and shoving along the way between Cleveland and Miami. Cleveland, who plays Baltimore next week and can play spoiler for Baltimore, and eliminate the Ravens from divisional contention if they lose and Pittsburgh beats Cincinnati. But it is unnecessary roughness, and it's on Miami. Isaiah Wynn, the tackle. Pierre-Luc Dubois. Oh, okay. New York Jets, they're going to show it. They just did something in that game. That game's a moot point, but I wonder what's going on with the Raider game. They're showing that one. Tyrod Taylor, here we go. Throws into the end zone. Touchdown. New York. 2-minute warning. Well, it's out of the 2-minute warning. 1:55 left in the fourth. They didn't get the 2-point conversion. It's 40-14. Wait for that to go final. How much time is in that Raider game? They got 1:29 in the fourth quarter. Saints have the ball here. That might be a game that they maybe come back to. They're down 25-10, down 15. But a touchdown, I think the Saints would make it a 1-possession game. I think. Yes. 2nd and 10 for Miami. Devin Achane, the youngster from Texas A&M, is taken down after a minimal gain. It's 3rd down. Holding is the call, and it is final. The Indianapolis Colts are eliminated from the playoffs. The Giants win it, so the Colts are eliminated from the playoffs. Miami is now the team. So Miami now is the team that's right behind if they win. Miami, if they lose, are eliminated, or if they draw. But if they win, then a loss by Denver to Kansas City next week, with Kansas City resting all their starters, and a win against the New York Jets, sends Miami into the postseason for the third straight season, and doing so for the second time in 3 years, it would give them a divisional rematch with the Buffalo Bills. Well, actually, that's not official yet because Buffalo hasn't won the game. But if that score holds, it will. Another thing, a Cleveland win here, if that Buffalo score is a win. Actually, we're gonna wait till that is final to make that point. Fair catch for Prochet for the Browns. That's where they get the field position. Right now, 2 1 o'clock games are going on right now. That's Bills and Jets. Bills are steamrolling the Jets, and the Saints need a touchdown. 1:04 to go. They have no timeouts. They need a touchdown, an onside kick recovery, and then another score. It is picked off, and it's going to be over. The Saints are not going to win this game, and now we're going to have flags all over the field, but it's not for the play. It's for the stuff afterwards. Harper picks off Rattler, and remember, they had Coach Pierce in the press conference. They said, what is the thought about the draft? You know, people think about the draft. He's like, oh, you asked the GM that. I'm not answering questions about the draft. I answer questions about football right now. And that flag, it's going to be on New Orleans for unnecessary roughness, a couple of kneel downs, and the Raiders are going to beat the Saints, and they're going to take 4 wins. And so the Titans, definitely entrenched now as the number 2 team, the number 3 team. As we said, right now it is going to be, as we said before, the top 5 right now as it stands. It's the Giants, then Tennessee, Giants, then New England, then Tennessee, Cleveland, and then Jacksonville in the top 5. A kneel down by the Bills. The Bills will win this game. The Bills win it 40-14 over the Jets in the final regular season game, home regular season game for the Bills. They're going to New England next week. Aaron Rodgers will have to wait till MetLife next week to try to throw his 500th touchdown pass in his career. And the Bills have clinched the number 2 seed, which means Miami or Cincinnati or Denver will be heading to Buffalo in the playoffs. So that goes final. And the Raiders have just beaten New Orleans. All the games have gone final in the 1 o'clock games. So the only game currently going on is the Browns and Miami. That also means that now that that's final, we can say it. So they have clinched the 2 seed. The other thing now is that a Cleveland win combined with a Viking win clinches the NFC West for the Rams. Tyrell Dotson does not get much. Ford does not get much. Tyrell Dotson on the stop for Miami. It's 2nd and 10 for Cleveland. So now we know that matchup. So Buffalo will host either Denver, Cincinnati, or Miami in the first round. Thompson Robinson in the gun. Throws the screen. It's a good gain for Cleveland. It'll be 3rd down, however. Let's look at some of the other scores that are non-football right now. Second period in St. Louis, still 2-1. First period early in Anaheim, scoreless between the Ducks and the Oilers. Oh, wow. You're telling me how the season goes. Second quarter in Orlando, 38-30, Brooklyn with an 8-point lead. Thompson Robinson throwing on 3rd down. He missed his target. It would have caught a first down and maybe would have gone all the way. Browns will punt. So again, there's only 2 games. The other one doesn't start yet, so there's really not much to really talk about here. That's the. So, here's what I'll do, guys. This is kind of weird, but I think we're gonna do this. So, look. Um, Here's my idea. When we don't have games going on, like for the brief moment right now, and for the Sunday night game, and for the Sunday night game, what we'll do is, so I'm not just sitting talking random, is during commercial breaks and during Sunday night breaks, and halftime and all that, and breaks between red zone games where there's no games interlapping. What we'll do is I'll get on a hockey game that I can, and I'll broadcast it intermittently while when the football's not going on. You guys good with that? You good with that, Trent? So, yeah. So we'll do that. Now, at the end of the red zone stream, we're not gonna do hockey till the Sunday night game starts because I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I made a decision. I'm gonna do the Sunday night game. So it'll be a different stream. But during that game, when we're at commercial breaks and halftime, I'll go back and forth with this. Okay. This game is at a commercial break. Let's try Edmonton. Now, once the Viking game starts, we're probably not going to have a lot of time to do that. But if there is, we will. Okay. Right now they're on a break, so we'll go to Anaheim real quickly. If you hear me doing hockey, we are going back to football. We have a bit of a brouhaha at the Anaheim bench. They've stopped the clock with about 13 minutes to go in the first. 2 guys wrapped up. Perry is one of them. I can't see who the Duck is. That's 44. Yeah, they're doing plays of the year, so this is perfect. We'll stay here until the Cleveland game comes back or the next game comes back. So Newcomb is going to go to the bench. Going to go to the box. So will Perry. Both for fighting. Both of these guys got into it at the Edmonton bench a little bit. So Johnston goes and Perry goes, the 2 instigators on these teams. Throwing one high, caught, and a first down for Miami. Okay, so we're off that. I'll have that one on, but right now we're back to Cleveland. And that should probably be the end of that for the rest of the red zone stream. But yeah, Trent, you heard me. I'm gonna do the Washington Atlanta game. It's just there's too much at stake now. There's too much at stake not to do those games. I'm not doing every Sunday night game like next year. I'm not doing that. But second to last week. There's a lot of playoff. There's playoffs at stake. Absolutely. So, I don't know if you heard that or not. 2nd and 10, though, he misses the pass. 8:52 to go in the first. Cleveland going to try to see what they want to do here formation-wise. There's Jim Schwartz, used to be a head coach for the Detroit Lions. He's the defensive coordinator of these Browns. They pick up a screen. And Jonnu Smith, the big rookie, another A&M guy, and he picks up the first down for Miami. That's a good first line. That second line is really the monster, actually. Not that it's not better than the first, but that first line's like okay. There are better first lines you could have gotten because like you missed out on some like really star guys like McDavid, Draisaitl, guys like that. So that first line's going to go up against other first lines that might not do as well, but that second line's going to be a monster. That third D is porous, but those first two are real good. Third line's good. That fourth line could actually create some problems too. Second down, Del Pitt with a big hit, a sack. And it is 2nd and 11. And any minute now, they're going to be kicking in Minneapolis the final home regular season game for the Vikings. A win by the Vikings not only helps out as a hit on Devin Achane by the Browns, by Ward, but it not only helps out themselves, but as we said, it also helps out the Rams. Now, if the Bills win, here's the funny thing: the Seahawks, with the way things are going, unless Green Bay, Atlanta, or even, I should say it this way. As that throw is caught by Shane, I think, low, even if Cleveland, as there's a Cleveland and as it is a hold on Miami, it's going backwards, but Cleveland and, or I don't actually know, but Cleveland and Minnesota losing, believe it or not, that because of the Bills' win, there would still be a chance for the Rams to win the division this week because of the Sunday night game and the Monday night game. A low catch, but Devin Achane did catch it, but they call it off because of a hold. 3rd and 18. 2 rushes, 3 passes, 14 yards so far from Miami. 3rd and 18, Tagovailoa, or not Tagovailoa. Backups in the gun. Throws short, Achane. Achane breaks a couple tackles, and he is taken down before the line of gain. It's 4th down by the Browns, although he did get 12 on the game. He's a shifty runner. And listen, I know what he can do. And it's funny, they put him in these shifty, quick situations. And what's funny about it is that I'm used to him being a power physical back with the A&M. Houston Rough Riders. Are you simming or playing? Oh, and they are doing a skull chant in Minneapolis. Kickoff coming between the Vikings and the Packers. The kick by Jason Sanders is right down Broadway. The Dolphins fans in Ohio love that. They're playing for their playoff lives. They lead 3-0. Minnesota is kicking off. Out of the end line. That's where Jordan Love and the Packers start with the football. Now, the other thing that the Packers do with a win here Love under center. A win for the Packers, I think, eliminates them from being a 7 seed and puts them in play as a 5. Puts them in play as a 5, although they would need a Detroit win next week and a win tonight, and a win next week against the Bears to be able to do that. And they started out as a 7 last year and beat Dallas. And if they finished off as a 7, they would go to either Philadelphia, Detroit, or there is that chance that Green Bay would. There's a weird possibility that Minnesota could actually play Green Bay in the first round of the playoffs. It is possible. If Minnesota wins this game and they win next week, then the Vikings would host the Packers if the Packers lose tonight and lose next week against Chicago. Love is in the gun. Love gets the snap, throws high, caught. First down, Green Bay. So it's Wicks, and on their first third down, they convert it, and they're right at the Packer 45-yard line. Playing? Okay. That'd be cool. You get to play the games while listening to me. Love is in the gun. He motions back to his tailback. Love hands it up the middle. It's Jacobs. He crosses midfield. They're in plus territory, and they're moving the football. So but right now, the way things are going, and these two games, just to mention, Seattle will be pleased with that because the team that they need to win in the Cleveland game is winning, and the loss is the team that's moving the football, has the ball, but I don't think they have it anymore. Green Bay, I think, just fumbled the football. They'll see if the knee was down. Was the knee down? It was not. Minnesota football. The drive is over and the Vikings take over. Throws. We're back in Cleveland. Johnson has a man and a first down for the Cleveland Browns. It is Akins who moves the chains for them. Just a solid throw over the middle. Also, if Vikings win, the other thing it would do is it would eliminate Philly from getting the 1 seed, and it would also do is admit that Philly would be the 2 seed. That they would host Green Bay. They couldn't host Minnesota. Minnesota can't drop to the 7, but they would host, or Detroit, but they would host either Green Bay, Washington, if that was to happen, if Minnesota was to win, or the loser of the South, if Cleveland also wins this game. Throws one into single coverage. It's almost intercepted by Miami. Holland. But it's 3rd and 11. But we have a flag down at midfield. Is this on Miami? Yes, it is. A hold on the Dolphins. And a first down for Cleveland. Storm Duck. Here we go again with Ducks in Florida. Although this is in Ohio. Remember we saw the Duck in Tampa Bay. Miami. You love our jerseys? Oh, okay. Cool. But a hold on the Miami Dolphins, which brings a new set of downs for Cleveland. A Cleveland win also is going to hurt them in their draft stock. And with Jerome Ford's gain as well. Another thing, I'm pretty sure that, yes, a Cleveland win, just like Vegas's win earlier, would eliminate Cleveland from being able to get the number 1 overall pick. Darnold, they pick up a blitz, and he has a man. And it's Jones, and there's the fake. And you see Darnold, what he was able to do there to catch the pass and a first down. Also, for those wondering, I was going through the conference wins. There are only 4 teams eligible for the number 1 overall pick. So the Raiders actually, they're not eligible anymore. The only 4 teams that are eligible for the number 1 overall pick are the Giants, Cleveland, Tennessee, and New England. And Jones is stopped after only about a 1-yard gain. And a good tackle for Green Bay. It'll be second down for Minnesota. Shane Pinto gets the first goal. Oh, cool. By the way, Edmonton has a 2-1 lead against Anaheim. Second period, it's still 2-1 Sabres. Darnold backing up, throwing one, and complete. And it is 3rd and 9. Good coverage by the Packers. So it'll be 3rd and 9. Darnold's going to stand in the gun. Packers bring forward. There might be a blitzing linebacker. Motion comes from Madison. Darnold standing in. Here comes the blitz. Darnold spins, gets away from it, gets a block, gets a key block, throws, has a man, but he only gets 2 yards. It's Ham. And it looks like, the Vikings are going to have to punt the ball. All right, to Cleveland. 2nd and 10. They're in Dolphins territory. Handoff up the gut, a counter, a good gain, and it's 3rd and short. Short. Strong Jr. with the gain for Cleveland. Minnesota to punt here. But 3rd and 5, back to Cleveland. Johnson throws, first down to the 30. And Jerry Jeudy to the 25-yard line. First down, Cleveland. The punt is fair caught by Green Bay. And they're getting the ball, although in favorable defensive position for the blitzing Vikings. Back to Northeast Ohio. Jerry Jeudy, 72 catches, 1,072 yards in this season, and 4 touchdowns. Handoff Ford. Ford gets a block. Ford escapes. First down. Inside the 10. Inside to the 7. First and goal. Browns trailing by 3. And I think that's going to end the first quarter. Unless they jump up to make a play here and to run to the line, that should be the end of the first quarter here in Ohio. They're showing the Eagles thing right now. Okay. I assume you got to go to Cleveland. So I don't think I'd go to the commercial here, like the commercial break thing we were doing. All right, they're doing random media things. They must have taken a timeout in Cleveland. Okay, here we go. McLeod banks one through. For those wondering, we're in Buffalo hockey for brief until they go back to the actual games. 2:39 to go in the second. It is 2-1 Sabres. Chips one through, and the Sabres kind of move it again. Cousins. Blues looking for neighbors. There's a shank shot. And now breaking the left hash mark. St. Louis in on goal, trailing by one. Holds the line. Drips one into the right circle. Shot deflected wide and off the goaltender. Settles one off the high slot, and this puck is punched all the way back down into the St. Louis zone. And the Blues go back to move it. Neighbors, it's settled back off the far wall. Scotty Walker chips and chases. Okay, so that's done for hockey. Back to football. Jordan Love throws one incomplete. Had a man coming down the flat, and it's 2nd and 10. Both these two teams both headed to the playoffs. Minnesota for the second time in 3 years. Green Bay for the second straight season. After they finished third in their division, but missing the postseason 2 years ago. Packers are eliminated from having a home playoff game. In the first round, there's a man down that tried to catch the ball. Another incomplete pass. It's 3rd down for Jordan Love. All right, Johnson in the gun. Hands off to Ford. Ford is going nowhere. 2nd and goal coming up for Cleveland. Early in this second quarter. Oh, that's what happened. I was like, well, they were punching the ball. What happened? The reason why they went to that whole intersect, I forgot. It wasn't a timeout. It wasn't an injury. It was the end of the quarter. That's why. The quarter expired, so that's why they were taking forever. All right, 3rd and 10. That receiver's gotten back up in Minnesota. Fans are letting you hear it. If you're a Green Bay fan, the throw is picked off. Intercepted Harrison Smith. Now they're saying incomplete. And that throw is incomplete as well. Johnson almost was picked off, but a flag is down on the field. It may be on the Dolphins. Hellbuck came into the net and I hammered him. It's not. It's a false start on Cleveland. Or illegal formation, excuse me, is the call, which is more yardage that they give up. They're at the half also. Brooklyn, Orlando, 61-43. Nets. Green Bay punts the football. And it's taken by the Vikings. Fair caught. Right around their own 30. All right, 3rd and goal. Ford tries to get to the outside. Gets to the outside. He only gets about 2. So a good stand by Miami, but it looks like Cleveland is going to bring on the field goal unit and tie the game with 14 minutes and change to go in the first half. I'm trying to remember who got the ball first. Because the first drive, it was a punt. Thought it was Miami, but I'm not sure. Dustin Hopkins can tie the game for Cleveland. 25 yards out. Not really any wind here. Snap good, hold good, kick is right down Broadway. We're tied at 3. A 3-3 tie between the Browns and the Dolphins. So both teams are even. Both games are even. The second period is over in St. Louis. 2-1 Sabres there. Late in the first, Edmonton and Anaheim, so we'll go there because they are not. They're in another like quasi-commercial thing because the Packers haven't gotten out of the time. The Vikings haven't gotten out of the timeout, and they're kicking off in Cleveland. So here we go to Edmonton. Ducks on a power play, trail by 1, 1:10 to go in the first period. Settles it back out to the point, fakes the drive. Holds one right back out at the right hash mark. Settles one, shot save made. Save of the Edmonton goaltender. It's deflected, Henrique trying to get it out. And the Oilers spit chuck this to center ice and clear it all the way down. It's a 5-minute major power play. Double minor power play for Anaheim. 30 seconds and change to go in this first period. Shot blocked, but Ducks got it right back. Swivels one behind the goal. Looking the way along off the corner and kept along. 20 seconds left. Now less than 3 minutes to go in the power play. Swings one right circle. High shot. Hit the crossbar. Anaheim still keeps it in. Right off the left hash mark. Drops one off at the far wall. I clipped the side, and that pass just missed. And it is a end of the period. Ryan Strome just couldn't get into the little slot quick enough, but the Ducks have about 2:48 left on the double minor. But we're back in Minnesota. Is there another game coming up? 5 o'clock, 15 minutes. Tampa Bay hosting Montreal, rematch of the 2021 Stanley Cup Final. That'll be later. Also Detroit, Washington, which I have much more interest in. And we are back to Minnesota. The Vikings have the ball right at their own 43. 3rd and 2. It's been a very defensive first quarter. Jefferson comes in motion. Darnold gets the snap. Darnold stands in. Pressure comes. Darnold looks at his reads. Throws high. Caught for the tight end. First down. T.J. Hockenson. And a first down for the Vikings. They're at the Packer 45. You look at Darnold. He checked that left side, right side, left. Turned the left hip. And then just twisted the ball right over the middle to T.J. Hockenson, who was able to catch it. Darnold's under center. Ham comes in motion. Darnold, pitch. Aaron Jones, the former Packer, runs through the line. Great gain. An angry run for him. All right, Miami's got the ball in this second quarter. Tyler Huntley's throw. It's caught. Tyreek Hill, first down. And Tyler Huntley, the backup from UCLA, with a great throw. And the Dolphins move the chains. Darnold under center, 2nd and 3. Trying to catch Green Bay off with the cadence. Fakes the give. Darnold is going to air a go route down the sideline. He has a man into the end zone. It's Addison. He dropped the ball in the back of the end zone. Great work by the Packers. The safety back there, the free safety, jammed the ball out of his hands. And Jordan Addison, he had it, but he dropped it. Incomplete. And it's going to be 3rd down. On 2nd and 7 in Cleveland, The Cleveland Browns forced the play backwards. And a 3-3 tie. Both games are tied. What do you mean it's Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley? What are you talking about? Darnold is hit and throws out of bounds. Unless he became a Pro Bowler after a quarter. I don't know. Huntley scrambles, tries to stiff arm the linebacker, and throws into the Browns bench. And they are yelling about a loss of down, but there is none. It is 4th down. And Miami Dolphins, the Dolphins will have to punt it away. Oh, you're joking about that? Oh, okay. I guess. Kick is no good. Wide left. A 57-yard attempt for the Vikings is no good. And we stay scoreless with 6:02 left. And the Packers are going to get very good field position. Wide left. No good. Zilch in Minneapolis. Dolphins to punt. This one lands into the end zone. It is a touchback. And Cleveland will get the ball at their own 30-yard line. All right. I don't think I can broadcast anything right now because both games are in commercial and both hockey games are at the intermission. And I don't think I have any NBA games. Well, you could try, but I don't think I have any that I can get. No, I don't. No, there's no NBA game till January 2nd that I can get. So we'll just kind of stay put. Nothing really I can do. I mean, technically there is some college basketball, but I'm not even gonna go that deep. I'm not going that deep. Okay. No. They're still going over the Bengals game. And that was the big win for them in overtime after Denver hit that big Hail Mary. Last week, but then, the Bengals won it, and it looked like they were going to tie. And you know what's funny? If that game ended up tied, because remember they hit the crossbar, it was the whole deal. But if that game ended up tied, the whole Indy thing, that it wouldn't have meant anything. Denver would have clinched a playoff spot, believe it or not, with a tie. But as they're showing you, as everybody saw yesterday, Cincinnati, had a. As we said, only 3 teams on that race to the 7th seed: Denver, Cincinnati, and Miami. And Miami is tied with Cleveland right now without the football. Good gain for Aaron Jones. Here's Cleveland right now. 22nd and 10, it's dropped. And he got hit hard. That's an incomplete, but they say it's a fumble? I thought this was an incomplete pass. Gonna have to look at that again. Good gain, first down, Green Bay. Love fakes the give, throws a short screen. Caught first down and more for the Packers close to the 20. And they're driving in the red zone. It's Tucker Kraft. Houston wins 4-3. Why is it so close? All right. 3rd and 10 for the Browns, deep in their own territory. We're tied at 3 early in the second quarter. There's a chop block on the Vikings. So the Packers are going to get even better yardage. Meanwhile, the throw went nowhere. It's incomplete. Cleveland's going to punt this ball away. Miami should get it back. Besides these NFL games, from the professional standpoint, nothing else happening. The Packers second best in the NFL in red zone percentage. Love points over to Kraft. He comes in motion, slots the other side, fakes the handoff, throws a short one. It's Bo Melton. And the second-year man from Rutgers only gets about a yard. So that's the chop block they called on Harrison Smith. That's a weird one. Kraft comes in motion again. Hands it up the gut. And a minimal gain. It's going to be 3rd down. There are still no points. Snapshot Bennett got tipped at the glass behind the net. It came back, hit the back of Gibson's helmet. Oh, my goodness. What a win for... Wait, then what are you talking about? Hellebuck, then? They switched goals. Oh, did you knock Hellebuck out of the game and they somehow were able to get Hellebuck and Gibson, like the best starting tandem in the NHL? 3rd and 7. Love in the gun, stamps the foot. Good protection for Love. He's got to get out, though, and he throws a ranging ball. It's caught by Musgrave, but he's short of the marker. Do they go for it with the line to gain being the 1, or do they have the field goal unit out? No, Love is in this game. They're going for it. Now Love is going to trot off. Now here comes the field goal unit. I guess you take... you know what they're feeling? Their defense is playing strong. Points are at a premium. Let's get points. Brandon McManus, somebody Minnesota knows well. Obviously, they played him early in the year, but a former Bear, and McManus's kick is right down Broadway. It's 3-0 Packers, the first points of the ball game. And they have their first lead. So Miami should be getting out of the timeout soon. 1st and 10 for them from their own 30, 10:56 left. That game is tied at 3. Green Bay has a lead right now, 3-0. So we talked about the eliminations and clinches. Are there anything so far with seeds that have been clinched? So Kansas City clinched to 1, Buffalo clinched to 2. We don't know who has the 3, but we know it's the North winner. Either Baltimore or Pittsburgh. We'll find out the division next week. A Baltimore win, and they win the division. A loss by Pittsburgh, and they lose the division. Tyreek Hill gets the first down for Miami. A draw. A draw for Pittsburgh. They win if it's a Baltimore loss. Baltimore also wins. Baltimore would win with a draw if Pittsburgh loses. If they both draw, I have to check this, but I think Pittsburgh wins with a. If it's draw. If they both draw. So that's how that seeding goes. Houston's entrenched as the 4. And Washington breaks a tackle but is then taken out behind the line of scrimmage, second down. Back with the seeding, Texans, if Baltimore wins their division, if Pittsburgh wins, Texans host Pittsburgh. If Pittsburgh loses and the Chargers win, and then Houston would host the Chargers. If Pittsburgh wins the division, then the Texans would host Baltimore. They can't host Denver. So they're either playing the Ravens, the Steelers, or the Chargers in Houston. And the Ravens could host either the Steelers or the Chargers in the second round. In the first round. Not sure who that would be, though. So it's funny, if the Ravens win the division, they're either... it's either the first ever playoff game between the Steelers and the Ravens in Baltimore, and it's the second, or it's the second ever playoff battle of the Harbaughs as coaches, and they met in the Super Bowl back in 2013, and they would actually meet in the non-championship postseason. Shane is to get out, and he does get out. So a good gain for them. Remember, Miami win, and then a win next week, and a Denver loss would send Miami to Buffalo into the postseason. Well, that definitely next week. Officially everything with the playoffs. As a good gain for Jones. The Packers leading. And right now, as we said, this is advantage. Playing against Anaheim. This is advantage for Seattle to stay in the playoff race. Then they're playing Los Angeles next week. All right. So, unnecessary roughness on Cleveland. I don't understand. Cleveland has the ball. I don't understand what's happening, but they calling a flag on Cleveland, so that's not good for them. Oh, I think they ran into the punter. Oh boy, yeah, I think the Browns just ran into the punter. That can't happen for them. Miami's going to keep the ball. Or possibly not. We'll see what happens, but I'm pretty sure Miami has the ball. Darnold hands it off. Jones has nowhere to go. This Packer defense has been something else. We got some yapping back and forth, but they're saying stay back behind the line. Minnesota is looking like they want to snap this ball, but there is not going to be enough time. We are going to the second quarter. 3-0 Green Bay, and they're still in that timeout, so which means they're going to do their quasi-timeout stat stuff. So while they do that, let's head out to see if we can broadcast another one of the hockey games. Okay. in Buffalo early in the third. Parayko banks it in. Melenstein is down for Buffalo, and the Sabres chip it out to center ice. Cousins is hit in the go-ahead goal. Whoa, I did not know that. Really? That is crazy. I can't believe... No, is that true? No. Don't tell me that if that's not true. Do not tell me that if that's not true. Wow. That is stunning. That is a stunning thing. A political thing, but stunning. Crazy. Give me 1 second. Stunning. Stunning development of Jimmy Carter passing at 100. Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy. Anyway, Buffalo spit the puck back to center. But thank you for the news. I went to just fact check, make sure that was true. But crazy. Browns are moving the ball right now, second down. 7:40 and change to go in the first half. That is nuts. He was a fantastic president. That's really interesting. Whatever political leaning, just, what he did, the things he was able to accomplish, that is crazy. Second and 5 for the Browns deep in their own territory. Handoff up the gut. It's Foreman. Does he get to the line? No, he does not. Want to mention, anybody came late. Raiders were eliminated from the number 1 overall pick with their win. Only 4 teams are eligible for the number 1 pick. It's the Giants, Tennessee, New England, and Cleveland. And we have flags all over the field with the Raiders' win over New Orleans. And it is second and long. Handoff up the gut. Also, since the Giants' win today was against an AFC team, if the Giants lose to Philadelphia next week, they will have the number 1 overall selection in the 2025 NFL draft. So they can go for whatever quarterback they want. I'll tell you this, all these things about, Darnold would go and they would trade a pick. If that's the case, Minnesota would have to offer more than Darnold for the number 1 overall selection. I'll tell you that. Good gain over the middle of the field for Minnesota. We're back in Ohio. Johnson on 1st and 10. As the flag was against Miami, but Ford just gets back to the line, and another flag is on the field. Ford is limping. Now remember, we'll do that game later between Atlanta and that night game between Atlanta and Washington. Addison comes in motion. 3rd and 4 early second quarter. Addison picks up the yardage and a lot more. First down, Vikings. They're in plus territory. Remember, a Brown and Viking win eliminates the Seahawks from the playoffs somehow. I'm here still, guys. 1st and 10. And Packers with a sack, a massive sack. Dropping Minnesota's Sam Darnold behind the line. And that is another showing in this late window of Texas A&M prowess. The rookie from the Aggies, Edgerrin Cooper. It's taken out of bounds. But a first down for the Vikings. So you know that they had to have it, and they did. First and 10. Darnold under center, kicks that leg back, hands it off to Jones. Jones twists towards the 30, and he's taken down behind. He's taken down after a minimal gain. Handoff up the gut and a first down for the Browns. They try to pile him forwards. And he'll surge there. About 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. We're still tied at 3. Mirroring that game between last week on Thursday between Seattle and Chicago. Thompson Robinson under center. Fakes the handoff. Shuffles into the pocket. Throws one over the middle. It's intercepted. At midfield, he underthrew Judy. And he would have had Judy for a great gain and a first down. But instead, Miami turns the ball over, forces a turnover. And with 4:33 to go in the first half, they'll be with the football at midfield. We have a flag down. A flag comes in late. This might not be Miami ball. Let's see. Oh, he's saying that's on me, that's on me. So I think that's... So it is Miami ball, but they call unsportsmanlike conduct for just throwing his helmet off. I don't know. But Miami gets the ball. They got it at the midfield. So probably put them around maybe their own 40, their own 35. They don't back them up, but they do get the football. And we stay even at 3 points apiece here in Northeast Ohio. Right at the 35 is where they put the Dolphins. They have 5-yard gain for Tyreek Hill on a passing catch. All right. Vikings going to kick off here. It's a booming one, and it's fair caught in the end zone by Green Bay, and that's where the Packers will start with the football, trailing by 4, 7-3. 2nd and 5 for Hundley. Hundley throws the screen short. Got to make a tackle. They make a tackle at the line of scrimmage, and it's 3rd down. Love is in the gun. Love, they pressure. Throw over the middle. It's caught by Reed. So Love stands in under center. Love the pitch. Jacobs, where does Jacobs go? He's close to the marker. See where they put him. Okay, so apparently, just a quick update from St. Louis. Blues tied the game. 2-2 there. And a flag is coming up, and it's on Miami for false start. On 3rd and 1, a great gain for the Packers. They're in plus territory. Jacobs again. So Trent, if you want to come back, I will be doing, as I said, I'll do the Sunday night game. Like if you're there, I'll do it. But I don't know if you're going to be there. Third and 27 for Miami. They pick up a screen. Tyreek Hill, he gets 6 yards. Dolphins punt coming probably right after the 2-minute warning. So they're going to go to the 2-minute warning in Cleveland. The Dolphins will punt after it, with that game still tied up at 3. All right. There's a Viking down. They're at the 2-minute warning. They lined up to punt. I knew they were going to be at the 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning, which means they're going to go to commercial. They're going to do their quasi-commercial thing. And there's going to be a long break, actually, because 2-minute warning and you got injury. So we'll do St. Louis right now. Blues win the draw. Shot wide of the net. Buffalo tries to slink this off the stanchion, and it slathers its way along the corner boards, and the Sabres come away with it. Shot in along the dasher. Shot towards the net, blocked again. And that puck now scooped up by Levi. 11:52 to go in the third, still tied at 2. Offensive zone faceoff coming for St. Louis. Good game here. The Sabres have just started to get some wins in this month. St. Louis, they're way behind the 8 ball with their losses, but St. Louis is now putting themselves in a position at the wild card. Soft tied up, and the puck goes high and missed the goal. The backhand feed comes back out to center. And chopped along the glass and back down again. Backhand feed, and it came right back off the blue line. Sabres move it in again out the left hash. Holding it on in. Tries to control it along the edge. McLeod settles one down. Thompson. And so, yeah, Trent, I will be doing that night game. I've said it a couple times. I'm just mentioning, like, because you can forget things real quickly. Like, listen, you know how many things, and I forget you are a younger guy. I forget so many things that I should not be forgetting. We're back in Minnesota. Like there are things that are just common knowledge that I'm like, oh wait, was that the case? And I forget. So I'm rehashing things just to remind me. Anyway, they are calling pass interference, I believe, on Minnesota, yes. So PI on the Vikings. And a fresh set of downs for Green Bay. They're still in the 2-minute warning in Cleveland. Well, they may not be. They may just not be showing it because, I mean, what are you going to show? Well, they are showing it. Cleveland has decent territory. They may have fumbled the football. I'm not sure. I think that might have just been a knee, not the ball. Love, handoff inside. It's Jacobs. Good gain to the 24. 3 penalties on Minnesota, none on the Packers. They played clean. Johnson gets the snap of the gun. Handoff inside. Surges forward. Dante Foreman for a first down. First down, Browns. Trying to get to field goal target range. Well, they're right around midfield. They got to get to like the 33-yard line. He dumps one low, but it could have been sacked. It's incomplete, but it stops the clock, and no yards are lost. But this time, Jacobs loses yards in Green Bay. And it's third down for this defense for the Vikings. But Green Bay is in field goal range. 8:40 and change to go in the third there. I think Buffalo might have scored a goal here, guys. Their hockey team, their football team, lambasted. Yeah, they did. They just did. They just did a power play goal. So their football team lambasted the Jets. Jason Zucker makes it 3-2 with 9:30 to go in the third. Elijah Moore makes a catch, but only for a yard. Love's throw. It's caught, but he doesn't get much past the line. It's fourth down. And here comes the field goal unit, I would assume. Love's on the field. They're going to go for this? Why? Your defense is playing really strong. Yes, the one touchdown, but your defense is playing really strong. You're within one. Still a lot of time. Why would they go? Oh, to knock them off sides, I guess, the count. It's caught close to the marker. Oh, boy. Decision time for the Browns. They're short by a yard, but about 2 yards short of where they could kick a field goal. Packers are going for it on fourth down. Incomplete, no flags. The Vikings take over on down, 7:29 left. I would have kicked the field goal. I would have kicked the field goal, but the Vikings take over on downs, leading now only by 4. All right, what is going to go on with Cleveland? They have a 4th and 1 from Miami's 38. They're about 2 yards short of where they feel comfortable kicking. You go for this. You go for this. You go for this if you're the Browns. All right, so they're doing their quasi break. We go back to St. Louis. Blues trailing. Keeps it in back. A shot, and that chipped wide. Sabres flip it in. Backhand it out as Parayko trying to get the puck out of the zone. Sabres will hold it along. Anybody coming in when we have commercial break here? Oh, here we go. 4th and 1. Back to Cleveland. I think on the second effort, the Browns got it. Let's see. He was stopped at first, but the second effort might have given the Browns the first down. It may have. They say short. They say short. They say the second effort he did not get there, or at least the entirety of the football did not get there. Calais Campbell made the stop. As we said, they did not feel comfortable kicking from that spot. They needed about 2 more yards to feel comfortable doing so to take the lead. But instead, the Dolphins take over on downs in a very defensive game. The only thing I'm worried about Cleveland is maybe just kick it, because the field position, if you give up the first down, which they did, Miami has some. This is not bad field position for them at their own 38. And they do have 2 timeouts. Hundley throws one, intercepted. He threw it right back to the Browns, to the 40. Now to the 35. He's tracked inside the 30. This is at field goal range, but a flag comes down. Now, I don't think this interception is coming back. The yardage may. Let's see the call. What? Pass interference on the Browns? The Dolphins keep the ball. Wow. Oh, they said the hands were too high on the neck. That flag came late. So Miami keeps the ball, and I think they get a first down. So Cleveland's now going to watch them. Packers hunt the tailback down and force him behind the line. Huntley's in the gun. We're in Cleveland. Back in Cleveland. Huntley fakes the give. Throws. This was bobbled, but caught and spinning close to the target line. Looked like he was going to drop the ball into a Brown. Timeout Miami with 21 seconds left. They're close to field goal target range for Sanders. Jefferson comes in motion in Minneapolis. Darnold takes the snap. Darnold going to step up, going to throw one. Shoveling to the sideline. And it's Hawkinson. Huntley in the gun. They have a backup guard that came in, a backup tackle that came in. See if the Browns can pressure that. And they don't get the first down, but it's second and short, and they're in field goal range, field goal target range. Miami has a timeout. You know that these balls are going to the sideline here. If you're the Browns, it would really sting to give up a touchdown. That's what would hurt. That's what would really hurt for them. Darnold stamps the foot. Darnold fakes the give. Packers bring pressure. Darnold has a man incomplete. Are they throwing flags? Yes, they are. There was a lot of contact on Jefferson. Darnold also got ripped down, torn asunder. But I think the call is going to be PI on Green Bay. He overthrew Jefferson. He didn't even need to touch Jefferson. Jefferson would have never gotten to that football. It is PI on the Packers. And Miami gets the first down, but they're in bounds. They're trying to run to the line. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Do they spike it with enough time? They just got it off. 1 second left in the second. And Jason Sanders can give Miami the lead. Second and 4 for the Vikings. Darnold under center. We're approaching 5 minutes left. Handoff, it's stuffed. Tailback lost yards. It's third down for the Vikings. All right, what's going on in Cleveland? Here we go, Jason Sanders. Sanders kick. It is right down Broadway. 6-3. Miami. And so the Dolphins take the lead 6-3 at the half. Their second lead. Not sure who's getting the ball back, but we're going to halftime. Miami has a 3-point lead. Going to the second half. We're in Minnesota. Darnold throws. Caught. Jalen Naylor. First down, Vikings. What a throw by Darnold. We should also note that, forgot to mention it, that not only was the Sunday night and the Monday night NFC games, this is an NFC all game, NFC North all game. So, actually, this is the first year ever since the changing of the divisions from the Central to the North, that the NFC North ever had 3 teams from the division go to the postseason. Minnesota, Green Bay, Detroit. And a first down for the Vikings. He hops out of bounds inside the 10. Akers. But it'll be first and goal Vikings. It should be first and goal Vikings. But it's also NFC, as we said. So that Dolphins-Browns game is the final AFC game. So when that goes final, I can actually start doing our whole AFC odds thing. At the 10 is where they officially put him. First and goal for the Vikings. 3:20 and change to go in the second quarter. Darnold in the gun. Man comes in motion. Darnold steps up, throws a screen high, incomplete. Dangerously close to the corner for Green Bay, who could have taken it all the way. Atlanta has a tackle, a corner, and I think another. There was like one D tackle out. They don't have a lot out. Darnold in the gun. And he does a option jet to Addison, who's going to only gain a couple. It is third and goal. Shotgun snap, Darnold. Addison comes in. Darnold takes the snap. Darnold is pressured. He's going to throw one into the back of the end zone, incomplete. Looking for Jefferson, and I would assume here comes the field goal team on 4th and goal. All right, after the kick, if they kick it, or the 4th and goal play, that'll be the field goal kick. We're going to go to hockey because they're going to approach the 2-minute warning. Sabres are now up 4-2. So monitor that. Will Reichard, who missed a 57-yard attempt, can hit a 25-yard field goal. And it is right down Broadway. Minnesota's lead. It's still a one-possession game. One-possession games in both games currently going on. But it's a 7-point lead. 10-3 Vikings with 2:16 to go. So after the kickoff and maybe one play for the Packers, they're going to go to the 2-minute warning. So 2:16 to go in the second quarter. Now the good thing for the Vikings is that they're getting the ball to start the second half. That I remember. But Miami leading at the half. If they do win the game, that game in MetLife is going to have a lot of importance on it. In fact, the Buffalo game is not. Love is in the gun. But it's a handoff to Jacobs. He's taken down. Now, another thing that's actually kind of interesting, back to the AFC. If Miami gets eliminated, then they just had 2 in the morning anyway. But Miami gets eliminated, either the AFC West or the AFC North will join the NFC North with 3 teams in the postseason from their division, because it would be either the Broncos or the Bengals. The Dolphins could get into the playoffs, and that would not be the case for the North or the South. Although Denver would have to fail for that to happen. All right, so they're doing their quasi-break. All right, we are back in St. Louis. Blues had a chance to get within 1. They are down by 2 with 49 seconds left in the hockey game. Luukkonen has played well for Buffalo. Oh, also, one thing I forgot to mention about the Eagles winning the NFC East, just back to football for a second. They are the first team in the NFC Okay, so I've got something funny going on. It was in the old sim league, school the FSL, I ran the Winnipeg Jets. They had to see him good graduation. If we restarted a new league, someone left there. That's funny. But I will ask you this. What happened to the Houston team? Or is this a different league? But then, yeah, the Eagles are the first team in the NFC to clinch. In fact, there's a chance that 3 of the other NFC divisions don't get clinched until the final week of the regular season. There is a chance for that to happen. But for that to happen, then you would have to have more than 2 of you would have to have 3 wins by Green Bay, Detroit, Miami, Atlanta. There has to be a mixture of those 3. Then if that happens, then all 3 divisions would have to wait in the NFC, would have to wait till next week, which means you would have, if that happens, then there could be 4 divisions that could be clinched next week. NFC West, NFC South, NFC North, and AFC North. Again, as we said, not sure who the Sunday night game is, but I would assume that it would be because they get to decide what the night games are in the afternoon and whatever. I would assume that the probability of the games, that it would be between one of 2 games: Seattle, Los Angeles, or Detroit, Minnesota. And I really don't think there's any way you don't give it to Detroit, Minnesota. It would be for the division. There's a very good chance, if Minnesota holds their lead, that it would be for the 1 seed. If Minnesota wins that game, then the game, if Minnesota wins today, then the game next week is literally for the 1 seed. How do you not give that the Sunday night game? I love it if it's not, because then, with the Sunday night game is something else that's as important, but I think it would have to be. Packers run the ball up the gut, get a first down, but the flag is down on 3rd and 1. Different league. This is on Xbox? In illegal formation on Wicks, the receiver for the Packers. Oh, it's on the system. Okay. PS5. All right, here are the Packers. Jordan Love on a 3rd and 5. They trail by 7. Minnesota has all 3 timeouts. They could actually get the ball and get some more points before the second half. And remember, the Vikings are getting the ball to start the second half. So the Packers, you have to pick up this first down. Jordan Love airmails this thing down the sideline. Incomplete. Looking for Melton from Cedar Creek High School in New Jersey, and it's no flags. And if the Vikings want to call a timeout, they can. Oh, wait, they don't have to. I forgot. It's an incomplete pass. It stops the clock. So it stops the clock, and the Vikings are getting the ball back, probably with decent field position, with 1:26 left in the second. Yeah, this punt is from the 20. Packers punt. This one is muffed by the Vikings, but he takes the ball back and comes up with it. Powell muffed it, but found the ball, clutched it to his chest, and then took the tremendous hit and made sure he held on to the ball. A minute 16 to go in the second quarter. Darnold's in the gun. Motion comes by Jefferson. They have to drive the length of the field, though. They have the ball at the 16. Darnold standing in. Darnold throws one. Whips it over the middle of the field. Hockenson first down to the 46 of Minnesota. What a throw by Darnold. Lobbing it over the middle to make that play. Darnold's in the gun. Darnold sidearms one. Caught right at midfield by Jefferson. Hey, real quick with Carolina, I wonder if Atlanta's got 2 road games done the season or if Carolina is doing. Yeah, Carolina is. So Carolina's last home game was last week. So Atlanta will be home next week. But, if they don't take care of business in that game, we'll have, as Hockenson picks up the first down and with 19 seconds left and a timeout called by the Vikings, then it won't matter. They would have to hope. What? What that was. First down for the Vikings with 19 seconds left. All right. No matter what I thought I heard. Okay. Darnold stepping up. Darnold is sacked at midfield, and they call a timeout with 13 seconds left. "22 dropbacks in this game. He was only sacked once in 10 pressures, but he's taken a bunch of sacks this season." "13 seconds left. Ball at the 48. On 2nd and 15. Darnold on a shotgun snap. Darnold standing in, throwing high, caught, bobbled. And Hawkinson stays in bounds, and now they got to call a timeout with 7 seconds left. And this throw is going to need to be out of bounds. 4 seconds officially, and they're already out of the half in Cleveland. 3rd and 6. Browns have the ball. Early in the 3rd. This is the final home regular season for the Browns. They go to Baltimore next week. Ravens try to clinch their division with a home win against Cleveland. 3rd and 6, the throw over the middle. It's dropped. Jody should not drop that ball, but he did. And it's 4th down, and now the Browns are going to have to punt. All right, back to Minnesota. No throw. They just go for the field goal here on 3rd and 3. He missed a 57-yarder. Timeout, Packers. They're going to try to ice him. So a 55-yard field goal coming. This is the guy that missed the 57-yarder, Reichard, and now we got Cleveland punting the ball here. This one bounces out of bounds. And that's where Miami will take it. Early in the 3rd, 14:09 to go in the 3rd quarter. 6-3, Miami. They're getting the ball. Four seconds to go in the half. This kick for the Vikings, it is no good, wide left, but we have a flag. We have a flag down. And it might be on the Packers. I think it is. And the Lions would love a Packer win here. That would help them out. Offside on the Packers. So they could retry. So it's actually a 1st down. But an untimed down for the Vikings. So it's officially untimed. So they can go and kick a field goal. You can run any play you want. But you can go kick a field goal or throw a touchdown pass. Now it's a first. Now, because it was 3rd and 3, it's a 5-yard penalty. Would have been a 1st down. So this makes it, 50-yard field goal attempt for Reichert. The kick is right down Broadway, but timeout Packers. They're going to ice him. Because they can. Because they still have those 3 timeouts. Remember, they're kicking off. That's another problem for the Vikings. Well, for the Packers to deal with the Vikings. So charged the timeout. Green Bay was saying, hey, look, how do we even talk about this? I called a timeout. Well, what was the delay? Well, the delay was they were trying to figure out you can't call timeout on the same play. Well, it was a different play because they gave it an offside, and so it's a different downs. Weichert now finally is going to have a field goal. This thing's going to count unless there's another flag. And this kick is right down Broadway. Okay. 50-yard field goal, good. We're finally at the half in Minneapolis. By the way, Tyreek Hill got a 1st down, but there's a flag. Vikings are up by 10 with a chance to go to the second and return. Penalties on Cleveland. They're missing Denzel Ward. They're having problems defensively. Face mask on the Browns, and Miami's going to get more yardage. So there you are. Thanks, Bob. Huntley's in the gun. Fakes the handoff, throws, caught, first down. Washington again. And he moves the chains. Also, we didn't give those updates on a couple of those scores. The NHL 4-2 Sabres beating the Blues. 4:16 to go in the fourth quarter. It's a 12-point lead for Brooklyn in Orlando. Looks like they have everything under control. Be a game starting soon north of the border in Toronto, Atlanta, and the really important game in Boston between the defending champions and a rematch of the Eastern Conference Final against Indiana. This is stuffed back in Cleveland. Also, the second period is over. Anaheim tied it against Edmonton. 3-3 going to the second. End of the first in Detroit. What a score. What a beautiful score. Red Wings 4, Washington 1. And the end of the first in Tampa, 1-0 Habs. And 11 minutes to go in the first period in Pittsburgh, 1-0 Penguins against the Islanders. And there's 4 more games later, 3 at 8, and a nightcap in Los Angeles between your Flyers and the Kings. Huntley in the gun on 2nd and 11. Huntley throws short, caught by Hill. He's touched down, and it'll be 3rd down. He's upset that he wasn't able to get any yards after catch. Now remember, a field goal here for Miami, and it's still a one-possession game. But Cleveland, with the way that they move the football, really would like no points by the Dolphins. Now on 3rd and 8. Third down, Huntley throws, caught. They tried to hit the ball out, jarring it, but it is Craycraft with the catch and a first down for Miami. They move the chains. Yeah, he tried to just shoulder hit the ball out of Craycraft's possession, but was unable to do so. Third catch of the season for Craycraft. And Wilson comes into motion. Huntley rolling. He's going to scramble. He's going to pick up the first down. He's going to score. Touchdown Dolphins. Tyler Huntley, it should count. Now it does. Tyler Huntley gets in the first touchdown of the game. And now they're up by multiple possessions, 12-3. It's a 9-point lead. The kick is right down Broadway for the Dolphins, and the former Brown scores against his old team. It's a 10-point lead for Miami, and they are enjoying this lead. Now remember, the Rams can get into the playoffs before the final game today with a win by Minnesota, who's winning, and a win by Cleveland, who's losing by 10 but getting the ball. But the key thing is that if they split and Miami wins, then in the Sunday night game, if Washington wins, the final game we'll have here, then the Rams will be NFC West champions. And then the funny thing is, if the Vikings also win, but the Falcons win, they can still clinch the division this week if the 49ers upset the Lions in their final home regular season game tomorrow. I think that's a home game for the 49ers. Yeah, it is. No. Parts of it? Yeah, I will. But I'll probably focus on the other games. that are earlier, but we'll have moments. And also, I said commercials and stuff like that. All right, so they're really, again, there's nothing to do unless you want to hear random college basketball because they're at commercial in Cleveland and they're still at the half in Minnesota. They should be out somewhat soon though, I would think. Give me a second. I'll be right back. in the container. Okay, so real quickly, guys. Real quickly, again, I'm sorry for not seeing anything. I just letting you guys know, and I'll mute this. I'm gonna take a quick break, just since we also do the Sunday night game. I'll do the same thing next week just to eat. I'm gonna take a quick break to eat, and then I'll go right back to the stream. So you're not gonna see anything, you're not gonna hear anything, but don't like quit the stream, or you don't need to be on it, but just know that I will be back soon. I will be back soon. Don't know how to chat in this thing, but I will be back soon, and once I'm done, you'll hear it. All right, I'll be back. Ha 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 ha. I just wanted to say once again, you may have not have heard me, Trent, but I know the games are to the second half. To fuel up, it's the same thing for the playoffs, same thing for next week. To fuel up, I'm gonna need food. You know, I may not have as much time as I would like to eat between these and the Sunday night games. So I'm taking a break now. I know there are games going on right now. I know they're winding down. I'll try to finish quickly, but I'm gonna take a quick break. I mentioned it earlier. That's why you don't see anything. I will be on. You don't have to be on right now, but maybe in 10, 15 minutes, whatever. I should be back hopefully sooner than that to broadcast the rest of these, and then there will be a new stream coming up later for the Sunday game, night game. All right. All right, I'm back. All right, what just happened? All right, good. Good. I don't want that person, but I do need to find where the remote is. But I'm back. Let me just find it. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. Ready to go, guys. Sorry for that long break, but ready to go. Ready to go. They are showing highlights here, and it is 20-10 Vikings leading right now. As you said, we'll have the other game on later. And you gained second and goal for the Browns, still trailing by 10 to start the fourth quarter, so you didn't miss much. In fact, you didn't miss much in the other game either. Johnson is rolling out, and he throws out of the back of the end zone. Incomplete. It's third and goal. They need points. Offensive points of any kind. Darnold throws over the middle, caught by Jones. Jones spurts for the first down, gets into plus territory. We got a flag with 3:35 to go in the third. Now, just wanted to remind you, Trent and other people, we're not continuing the stream after the two games are done. What we're doing is I'll mention the AFC stuff, and then we're ending the stream. It will be a new Sunday night stream. Same thing we're doing next week. Foreman gets maybe 2 yards. And it's fourth and goal. The Browns. No, you don't go for it. I just heard them say, gotta go for it. No, you don't go for it. You need points. Points are at a premium. There's a lot of time left. You have all 3 timeouts. You get points. You don't go for it. You kick a chip shot field goal. Darnold throws high, caught. Addison to the 20. Fourth and goal. I don't understand why you would go for this here. You have all 3 timeouts. You just kick it, I would think. They're not. Johnson throws. It is incomplete. Are there flags? There are no flags. Terrible decision by the Browns. You kick it. You have 3 timeouts. Your points are at a premium. You've struggled in the red zone all year long. Why would you throw it? You go. You kick it. Now, I kind of agree with Jerry Jeudy. That should have been interference, but it is still 13-3. And here comes Jones. He's tripped up at the 8. First down, Vikings. And they're pushing for a touchdown right now. Good block there by Addison, though. My goodness, what a block. Motion cuts up at the line of scrimmage. And Jones is going to lose yards. Make it second and goal. Yes. I'm streaming the Commanders game. Yeah, against Atlanta. Yeah, sure. And I mentioned this. Around games that are not, around commercials, halftime, stuff like that, I'm going to be doing streams of the hockey game. Like, I'll be going in and out of hockey when there's commercials, when there's stoppages, all that. With timeouts, or halftime, whatever you want to call it. All right, second and goal. No, this is actually Alexis. This is. And Trent has been doing fine. Trent has been fine. Touchdown, Minnesota. Akers again. With 51 seconds to go in the third quarter, the Vikings go up by 16. Okay, good. So that wasn't him. Alexis, what's your question? Snap good, hold good. Kick is right down Broadway. 27-10, a 17-point lead for Minnesota. They're steamrolling the Packers right now, and the Rams are happy. The Rams, if the Vikings hold, the Rams just need a win by Cleveland, who are playing right now and are playing defense right now, down by 10, San Francisco or Washington. Alexis, the game will not be on this stream. It will be on a different stream. So I'm probably going to start it like 5 minutes before the game, or maybe right at kickoff. I'm not going to, it's not going to be, I'm not going to give a lot of time. Huntley in the gun. Huntley throws, it's dropped. Washington dropped it. Well, he also got hit. He got hit. And it's 3rd and 10. Miami, though, are up by 10. Honestly, I don't know why. Cleveland should have just kicked it, but they didn't. Third and 10, this is a big down here. Miami, with a loss, is out of the playoffs. Well, out of the playoff picture. And there would be only 2 teams left to hunt for that final spot, Cincinnati and Denver. And that loss also would combine with a Minnesota loss to eliminate the Seahawks from the playoffs. The handoff, the run doesn't go much. Second running back, Wilson. And it's 4th down. Miami will have to punt from their own end zone. And so Cleveland gets the football back quickly. We need a... You mentioned a power forward earlier. We need that. We also need a right defenseman. Another right defenseman. We have starters, but like depth. Bailey's punt. This is not a great one. And it goes out of bounds at around the 48 and the Cleveland 48. And there's a flag down, and the Browns are pointing to the fact that it should be on Miami. Let's see. So it was at the 48. So put that now at about the 47 of Miami, because a player for Cleveland or Miami ran out of bounds and came back in on his own. You can't call that. Deshaun Aitchison? Okay. That's a great name, I'll tell you that. Oh, my God. Touchback in Minnesota in the final seconds of that third quarter. 51 seconds left. Browns starting off, they need a score. Any kind of score. And they were trying to punch it in, and they went for it on 4th down and missed the pass. A decent gain. It's 2nd down. Dolphins stay alive till the final week of the regular season with a win here. And it's interesting that Miami played a home game last week, if you remember, against San Francisco and won. They're not going to see home till next year, because the best they can do is a 7 seed that wouldn't be able to be home. And next year, I think the Super Bowl's in Miami. And this year, and also, as there is a flag down, it's on Cleveland. The other thing, illegal motion on the Browns, Jerry Jeudy. The other thing is that Cleveland with everything that Miami will be on the road this week, I believe, unless I am. Oh yeah, they're on the road. That's right, because they won that overtime game in Miami, if you remember last year. Hold on a second. Again. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. Oh, no. Real quickly, he throws it incomplete. Sorry, guys. I gotta fix something. And it is caught. Just out of bound, kind of putting himself, Thompson Robinson, in that short throw, but it incomplete, 4th and 19. By the way, I traded Dumba to Montreal for draw on Anderson. Yeah, I don't know how you got him. I really don't think Drawon's going to help your team, though. Either send him down or try to trade him for picks. Anderson, you should definitely build around. Anderson's going to be great. He can play on the third line for you. But Alexis, he's doing a expansion or fantasy draft or something in a league on NHL. Anyway, Miami gets a good game, but on 4th down, they. And we have a penalty coming up. What's this about? Holding on Miami. So it's going to drop them back, but they're still up by 10. $11:05 to go in the 4th, and that's going to end that. Okay. So Orlando beat Brooklyn, guys. In that game, we didn't update you on it. Second quarter right now, 10:52 left in it. 36-29 Atlanta against Toronto. Second quarter, 10:49 left, only by a 2-point lead for Boston, who I think are second in the East, and Indiana is 8th. Packers picked up a first down early in the 4th quarter. They're moving the ball along. Oh, okay. But I'm telling you, Drawon not going to help you. With the NHL scores, check that. Okay, 13-13 in the second, 2-0 Pittsburgh. 3:28 in the second, still 4-1 Red Wings. 2-1 Montreal, 2:38 in the second. And Anaheim did beat Edmonton, 5-3. Interestingly enough. So we'll do that Red Wing game. Will probably be the one we jump to when we have some sort of a commercial or something to deal with this. Jordan Love's throw is incomplete. It went low. He got hit. And the Vikings have been pressuring him all day. This blitz has been a problem for the Packers. They have had trouble picking it up all day. Greenard with the pressure. Third and 13. Love is in the gun. Love. Stepping up. Love stands in. Love is sacked. It's 4th down. Packers punt. All right, 1st and 10 for the Dolphins. In their own territory, and they're going to lose yards. Mostert will lose yards. LaDainian Tomlinson. No, that's not the same person. That is a former running back that I don't know why I said LaDainian Tomlinson. He's been retired for almost a decade. Dalvin Tomlinson, the former New York Giant, with a good hit behind the line. No, it's good. For 2/3, that's a good deal. He's not what he was, I'm telling you. He's not what he was. Drouin. He's not that good of a player. I don't know why people still like, even in the real NHL, I don't know people. He's getting older. And where is he going to fit in your lineup? That's the other thing. See, I would want a higher pick. I get it, but what you could do is, what I would do is trade him for the 3rd. You'll get cap space, and then use that 3rd along with another player later on in the year, maybe at the deadline, to try to get either a higher pick for a superstar prospect next season, or a really strong player to finish out your lineup. Huntley tries to get out. Huntley throws on the run. He found a man. Mostert, and Mostert's taken down. Well, he's not really taken down, and he's yapping at one of the corners. And they might start throwing flags here. Let's see if they do. Huntley pressured again. Huntley is sacked. The Browns got into the backfield. They got to get the ball quickly. Myles Garrett. They need to get. Look at Myles Garrett getting to the quarterback. My goodness. I don't even know why the running back is trying to block him. He just got by Paul, and he just gets right to Huntley. I think they just got it off. Huntley darts out of pressure. Huntley is going to pick up the 1st down. He's going to get inside the 40. He's trying to reverse field. Huntley is taken down hard, but he will get the 1st down for the Dolphins. They keep moving this football. Good gain for Minnesota. But they're just moving the ball. Mostert is dropped in the backfield again by Cleveland. But clock is not the friend of the Browns right now. There's 7 minutes left. 13 minutes of change here. There's a lot of time left in this game. Darnold throwing high, caught by Jefferson. Justin Jefferson reverses field. Justin Jefferson gets inside the 30 to the 29. 1st down, Minnesota. Now, I wonder, because, you're not supposed to have one game at once on. No. They'll have to switch it off. I'm not sure, though. This is an earlier end, because only 1-405, 1-425 for red zone. But Huntley is sacked again. Cleveland's defense for most of the end of the season, it's been their defense. The running game has done well, but they have just not been able to get anything done throughout the air. Darnold motioning at the line. They officially mark him at the 30. A sweep to the outside. Cuts inside the 25. A great gain. And they are running the Packers right now. They're running them down. 3rd and 17 for Miami. Huntley's in the gun. Huntley is pressured. Throws the screen low. Jonnu Smith gains the 45. There's a flag. And is this on a quarterback hit? If this is on a quarterback hit, that's going to hurt for the Browns. It's holding on the Dolphins, so negate that, and it'll be a Miami punt. 3rd and 3 for the Vikings. They pick it up. 1st down, Minnesota. And they're inside the red zone. Oh, what a hold. A clear hold. A clear hold. He would have been sacked, but still a clear hold by Miami. And now the Browns have to score quickly. Doesn't matter how, but they have to score. Make that a one-possession game. There's only been one touchdown in that entire game. 13-3. Miami. There's the sweep. And the Vikings lose yards. Tampa got within 1, 3-2 now. Into the second in Detroit. 10:30 left in the second in Pittsburgh. And they're still in the second quarter in Toronto and Boston. I think they're on commercial breaks. I'm not sure. Okay, we have whistles. It's a timeout taken by the Vikings. They're first of the half with 10:10 to go in the game. And if the Vikings win, they stay in contention for the number 1 seed. The Browns have the ball at their own 2. So they can't show it. So that's what I thought. They can't show the Minnesota Green Bay game. So that's perfect. We have that on Fox. We can go to that. And we will. In the end zone, the short pass, and it's incomplete for the Browns. 2nd and 10. He got hit in the end zone as well. And right here are the Vikings. They marked him back outside the 20 with the hit behind the line. Darnold pumps and then gives it to the tailback, who's going to lose yards back to the 26. 3rd and long for Minnesota. Edgerrin Cooper with the hit. So this is the problem now for Cleveland. Because of where the punt was pinned, they have to score. But all they need is one score to really just get back in this thing, since they have a decent amount of timeouts. But the problem is they score 98 yards. The whole deal is they have to score quickly. That's not easy to do when you're a running team, doesn't really throw the ball, and you need to go 98 yards quickly. Throw, it's high, it's tipped, and it's almost intercepted. But it went over the head of Hockenson. Good defense by the Packers. But I would assume the field goal unit is coming on for Minnesota. Make it 27-13. Browns pick up the first down, but again, they're having trouble with moving the ball. Remember, they trail by 2 possessions here. Darnold just threw it over the sky cam, almost hit the sky cam, but he just airmailed it. Reichard's kick is no good. Wide left. He has had some trouble here. Reichard's kick is no good. Wide left. It stays a 17-point lead instead of a 20-point lead But the Packers are getting the ball back. They still have to drive the length of the field with not a lot of time. Trailing multiple scores. Same deal here with Cleveland. Less time, though. 4:31 left. 2nd and 10. Got mobbed by the Miami defense and missed the screen. He wants a penalty on the Dolphins. There is none. We have another flag. This game is so many penalties. Miami's not looked like they like. But all you need is a win. It's not, you don't need a win by a certain standard to get into. But the only way that happens is if you go all the way to a tiebreaker and it's intentional grounding on the Browns when you start talking about, tiebreakers and all that. But when it just comes to just winning to get into the situation, you just got to win or lose. And for the Browns, all they got to do is win this game. Or Miami, all they got to do is win this game, and they're in. It is going to be 3rd down because of the loss of down. 3rd and 20. It's a snap in the end zone. Stands in. High screen. Caught. He's going to bulldoze past the 15, and the Browns going to have to punt here, but they have 3 timeouts. It's starting to look really bleak for the Browns. What is going on? They're going for this? They're going for this. Inside the 20. It's caught. And he loses yards. Miami takes over on downs right around the Cleveland 13. They could put this game away. Jordan Love throws short, incomplete. Looking for Croft and could not find him. All right. Miami is getting it done right now. And offensively, they're going to give themselves a chance. And they will stay in the playoff race. Second and 10 for the Packers. Love going to stand in, get away from the rush. Jordan Love scrambles, and Jordan Love is eventually going to be sacked. And they got to him behind the line. It's 3rd down for Green Bay. Really struggling offensively. Cleveland just called a timeout. Remember, though, they trail by 10, and this is chip shot field goal range for Miami. And Miami doesn't have any reason to go for it if they're putting a 4th down. So Cleveland has to just get a turnover here. It's the only way for them to find anything. This crowd is going crazy in Minneapolis. Jacobs goes right back into the backfield. Love looking for the pocket. It collapses a little bit, but he has a man. A 1st down for the Packers. Bo Melton, Cedar Creek zone. Huntley throws high, caught by Hill. Tyreek Hill breaks the tackle. 1st down, Hill inside the 10 to the 6-yard line. 1st and goal, Dolphins. A throw by Love to Croft inside the 20. The Packers are in the red zone suddenly. So the Dolphins are in the red zone. The Packers are in the red zone. And as we said, a Packer win, although they're trailing by a lot with not a lot of time, a Packer win they wouldn't have to deal with being a 7 seed. They'd be a 5 or a 6. And they're in the end zone. Touchdown, Packers. A bulldozing run for Jacobs, but we have a flag. It's a hold on the Packers. It's coming back. That whole play is negated. 3:47 left in the fourth quarter. In Cleveland, a first and goal for the Dolphins. At about, I think, 80 minutes till the Washington-Atlanta game. We'll have that on our air. Well, he tried to pancake the linebacker down to the ground. 1st and 20 for the Packers. They were not giving up a lot of penalties in the first half. They have had them in the second half. Short screen, caught down the sideline and taken out of bounds. Close to the line to gain. Wilson. And it will be second down for the Packers. Okay, here we go. Second and goal for the Dolphins. This is the put-away score right here. That's what this is. Fakes the handoff, throws to the corner. Did he break the plane? Jonnu Smith did. Touchdown, Miami. This is a nail in the proverbial coffin for sure. It is 19-3 Dolphins. And it looks like the Rams winning the NFC West in the specific red zone. Our line is going to go away because the Rams are needing Cleveland to win, and Cleveland may not win. And I'll have to hope Washington wins to send them in. If not, maybe if the Vikings hold next week or tomorrow, San Francisco upsetting Detroit. Should be a first down for the Packers. It is. They need a touchdown. Down 27-10. The kick is right down Broadway. It's 20-3. 17-point lead for the Miami Dolphins. A decent gain for Green Bay. It's second and goal. 6:25 and change to go in the fourth quarter here in Minneapolis. Love's in the gun, the handoff. Walking in, touchdown. Packers, Wilson. Emmanuel Wilson gets the touchdown for Green Bay. And an extra point will make it only a 10-point lead for the Vikings. Harrison Smith, you see, just sitting in that flat. He's the last man to come over, and that hole just opens up super wide. Packers going for 2 here. The thought, I guess, is if you make a clawback, you could have a chance to win it instead of tie it. 11 and 10 aren't the biggest differences, so this is a very smart analytical play. That's what it is. It's analytics. They pressure. Love throws into the end zone. 2-point conversion is good, and it's only a 9-point game. They're still down by 2 possessions, but barely. 27-18 Vikings. And a sharp throw to Dobbs, good on getting off of the corner for him. And this is somewhat of a ball game. Still a 2-possession game, but a 9-point lead for Minnesota with 6:12 left in regulation time. There's some more. There's a lot of linemen that are out today for Atlanta. That could be a problem for them. A big one. Short screen, Akins gets it in. Cleveland got to get something going here. Minnesota's got 2 timeouts left. Packers do have all 3, trailing by 9. All right, here's 2nd and 5. Browns, at this point, got to score a touchdown. So they know that. They score a touchdown. You're still in a pit here, even if you get a touchdown. Inside 3 minutes for a running team? Down by 10 with no timeouts? You pretty much really can't come back, to be honest with you. In their final home regular season game, they got one more game in Maryland next week, trying to play spoiler again. Pittsburgh needs some help from Cleveland. Cleveland win would have also helped the Bengals, but if this score holds, the Bengals are not only going to need to win and to get a loss by Denver, but they're also going to need the Jets to help them out. Aaron Rodgers should start next week, I would think. Clock is going to stop at 2:07 for an injury, so one more play for Cleveland, and then they'll hit the 2-minute warning. So the Bengals will need to win, and then they will need wins by Kansas City and the New York Jets next week, if that score holds. Fakes the handoff, Darnold. Darnold stepping up, flutters it, incomplete, almost intercepted by Green Bay. There was no signal. Packers just jump on it like it's a fumble. That's the right thing to do because they never signaled anything. Thought it was an incomplete pass. Are they ruling this is a fumble? That's going to be close. I thought that was a throw, though, by Darnold. If this is a recovery by Green Bay, that's huge. Because one more score, then this suddenly is a one-possession game. It is a pass, and it'll be 2nd down for the Vikings. Still in the 2nd in Tampa, still in the 2nd in Detroit. 4:24 left in Pittsburgh. Penguins still have a 2-0 lead. They're approaching the half in Massachusetts and in Ontario. Raptors trail by 12. Indiana up by 8 in that game. Packers trying to push backwards. And they're showing some of these replays, some of these throws by Darnold in this game that have been really precise. All right, the Brown is finally making his way to the locker room. One last snap for Cleveland, and then they'll hit the 2-minute warning in Ohio. Miami closing in on a win. They're up by 17 with Cleveland in their own territory. I think they just let they let the clock run. So they're at the 2-minute warning now in Cleveland. So there they are. Jefferson caught the football, and now the Packers stole it from him. We have a flag now that has come in. I think this might be roughing the passer on Green Bay. What a catch by Jefferson, but I think they're gonna call RPI on the Packers. What a great catch by Jefferson, and that one-handed catch, though, negated because it's actually a hold on Minnesota. So that one-handed catch is off the board. Jefferson comes in motion. 4:50 and change. 3rd and 15. Green Bay would love a stop. They'd love the clock to stop, too. Darnold throws high. It's tipped. It's incomplete. Are there flags? Waiting. No flags. It is an incompletion, and the clock stops at 4:43 to go in the 4th quarter. Green Bay is getting the ball back, only trailing by 9. So the Vikings will have to punt it away. Third periods are underway in Detroit and Tampa Bay. We have a flag on the field. It's 4th and 15, so if this is on Green Bay, it won't hurt them as much. It is on them. 4th and 15 is 4th and 10. Vikings still are going to punt. It just will give them more room. Carl Brooks on a neutral zone infraction. Vikings to punt here. This one fair caught right around the 42-yard line of Green Bay. Marcel Reed. That's it. 4:37 left in the game. Packers only trail by 9 in very good field position. So we're going to monitor that, of course. 2-minute warning. Browns have to score a touchdown. Trail by 17. Johnson throws short inbounds. They don't have any timeouts. They're going to have to jump to the line. All right, Love goes back to the gun. Jordan Love scrambles, tries to work his way outside, and he is sacked at the 30. Browns picked up a first down. Judy is trying to reverse field, and now he understands that he's got to get out of bounds. Minute 25 left. Browns are down by 3 possessions. Right? Yes. Love. Stepping up. Love throws. Caught out of bounds. Wicks. And a good gain for the Packers. It stops the clock with 4:04 left. Johnson's in the gun, gets the snap. Johnson standing in, whipping one over the middle. It's caught. And he tries to slide towards the line to gain and cannot get there. It is second down, but they're staying in bounds. He does stay in bounds. Hands the ball off to the referee. Love in the gun. Inside 4 minutes left. Packers down by 9. Got a man. With the one that had the 2-point conversion, gets to the 41 of Minnesota. Also, the Browns just moved the chains. But again, it feels like too little, too late. What a catch by Judy. Here is Jordan Love airing it out. Caught first down. Out of bounds. Dobbs again. 3:33 left. 3 timeouts for the Packers. 2 for Minnesota. A Viking loss not only helps the Seahawks, but a Lion win tomorrow would clinch the number 1 seed in the NFC North for the Detroit Lions. Love throwing one, looking for Dobbs. Incomplete, no flags. A throw by Johnson is incomplete for the Browns, and it's 3rd down. Robinson. 27 seconds left. They need to score about 17 points, 17 or more, in 27 seconds. Jameis Winston, you wonder if he would start next week in Baltimore. Robinson throws, tipped, incomplete, almost intercepted, or that would have been the game. It's pretty much the game with 23 seconds left, though. We got flags, and I think they're on the Packers. No, it's on Minnesota for a neutral zone infraction. 3:29 left in the 4th and a shorter second down. 4th down, here you go. If the Browns get it, there's a larger sliver of hope. If Miami gets it, Miami makes the stop, they are still playoff eligible. Till next week, the throw is in the end zone. It's incomplete. There are no flags, and the Dolphins are going to stay alive in the playoff race. One kneel down, and that's it. And the Dolphins will go to the postseason with a win against the Jets and a loss by Kansas City, a win by Kansas City next week. That means Cincinnati does need more help than just Denver. They're going to need the Jets because that game is going to be final, and then they're going to switch off this. Jordan Love trying to get out, 3rd and 1, short, caught, and to the 1. Wicks. And it's a first down for the Packers. 1st and goal, Green Bay from the 2-yard line. So that game is final. We said Miami wins. So Miami stays in the playoff race. Real quickly, we'll get to that after this game. We'll do that stuff. He loses yards. You know what? I can do it now. I can try to do it now. Love on 2nd and goal. Flags in the air. Caught. Touchdown, Green Bay. But what's the flag? Wicks is excited, but what's the flag? Is it on the Packers? It may be. Too many men on the field on Minnesota. Touchdown, Packers. What a clawback. With 7 minutes left, it was 27-10. It's now 27-24. And an extra point would put them within 2. And they have all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. The kick is right down Broadway. 27-25. Minnesota by 2. Getting the football back, but without the momentum. What a drive by Green Bay. So I want to take a quick AFC look right now, guys. With Miami. 0-1, 0-1, 0-2, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, 2-4, 3-4, 4-4, 4-5. They'd be 5-5 in the AFC. Okay. One, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 3-4, 4-4, 5-4, 5-5, 5-6. Right. So here's the AFC real quickly. A Denver win sends them into the postseason. A Denver draw with a Miami loss and a Cincinnati loss sends them into the postseason. A Miami win against the Jets and a loss by Denver to Kansas City, or a draw, sends them into the postseason. That's the only way they can get in. And then a Bengal win and a Miami loss or draw and a Denver loss or draw send the Bengals into the postseason. Whoever of those 3 teams are going to go to Buffalo. Miami played them 2 years ago and lost in the first round. Vikings pick up a first down just like that. 2-minute warning time in Minnesota. The other games were the other teams. Denver has not gone to the playoffs since they won the Super Bowl back in 15-16. I don't think they've played. They haven't played the Bills in the playoffs since they lost to them in the 91-92 AFC Championship game. That's the last time those two teams met in the postseason. And then Cincinnati met Buffalo also 2 years ago and beat Buffalo in the second round, and the divisional round, whatever you call it, to advance to the AFC Championship game. And they would eventually lose by Kansas City in the final seconds. All right. We said hockey, so we go to hockey until they're in commercial right now. Is at the 2-minute warning, 27-25 Minnesota. So we'll go to Detroit. After that game is final, we're gonna go off the air, and then I will have a live stream coming up momentarily. I'll let you guys know momentarily before Washington and Atlanta. All right. While they're at commercial, we are in Detroit. The Red Wings have been moving the puck. They lead by 3, 4-1. Seeing some of the replays. Lucas Raymond has had a great game. He whipped one by Lindgren and got that puck to just settle through into the goal. It was a rolling puck, and he just threw it up. Washington wins the draw and sinks it in. They're 24-9. Good guys have only 13 wins. But it's important to get one here. Here's DeBrincat. Slinks one back into the corner. Ferravari goes back to get it. There's Protas. Protas has had a good year. Wilson slinks it out to center. They go off the red line and in. Out the corner boards. Washington have some trouble with it. Kopp slinks one through. Kane delays. Backhands one. Wide, blocked off. And Washington's going to win the forecheck and get it out. Back to the football right now, guys. We'll do that later. Well, actually, we're not going to have a chance to do that. Came later, probably. There's a slew of other hockey games, so don't worry. When we have commercial breaks, maybe there'll be another commercial break here. Avery, who knows? Handoff is stuffed by the Packers. By Rashawn Gary. I think that's another Rutgers guy, I think. And we're noticing some of these misses by Reichert has been the problem. His misses have been an issue for Minnesota. They only lead by 2. And you start to get the feeling that if the Packers get the ball back, Minnesota either won't see it with a lot of time or they'll lose the game. Or they may not even see it. The final game of this window, and then we'll have a game coming up later. Washington and Atlanta. With Miami winning, if the Vikings hold on, which is not necessarily going to happen, Jefferson stays in bounds, or at least the ball in bounds. Clock is continuing to run. Green Bay has 2 timeouts, and it's 3rd and short. But if this game stands, this score stands, a Washington win later, which we'll have, or Washington win later, eliminates the Seahawks from the postseason. We'll have to wait. Also, a Viking win. If it stands, it eliminates Philadelphia from the number 1 seed, which means Philly would stay as the 2 seed. And they would host either these Packers, Washington, the loser of the NFC South, or possibly the loser of the NFC West, although that would have to be Seattle, I think. I'm not even sure about that. That might never be possible. First down, Vikings. Packers still have a timeout. I think they're going to need another first down, but that might be it. Akers with a low catch with 1:44 left in the game. Timeout, Green Bay. Akers almost drops it, but he may have just kept his team's 1 seed and NFC North hopes alive. And again, if you get wins by Detroit and Atlanta later, what it will mean is that there will be 4 divisions if the Vikings win. 4 divisions that can be decided, that will be decided next week. The NFC North. He's coach for the Vikings yelling at his team not to, clap or do any of that. Don't do that. Just stop. Be sportsmen. Do all that. But it would be the NFC North, the NFC South, the NFC West, and the AFC North all decided next week. The NFC East was already won earlier today by the Eagles. Oh, you'll be on, yeah, because that was the whole point. I don't want to stream for nobody or who, but yeah. Come on, I'm tired too. In fact, I stop it. I did a wrestling broadcast. I was there in 9 hours, nonstop talking. I didn't barely had water, didn't have a bite to eat. Come on. All right, good. Vikings kneel down. It is going to be over. It's over. The Vikings win, which means the NFC North cannot be decided this week. They'll have to wait till next week. There will be at least 3 divisions decided next week. The NFC South, the NFC North, and the AFC North. Possibly the NFC West if Detroit and Atlanta win. But that also, you start to see the midnight tick for the clock starts to strike midnight on the Seahawks. Seattle, to stay alive in a playoff spot, need wins by Atlanta and Detroit. If not, those are the stakes for that. And they will be eliminated. But we'll be broadcasting football, I'll be watching hockey. I'll be broadcasting hockey intermittently. But that's it for the Red Zone stream. We'll see you 7:25. See you in about 55 minutes to an hour from now. So keep your notifications on. I'll come on probably like right before kickoff. The game's supposed to start at 8:20, so I'll probably come on around like 8:15, 8:18, something around that period. And but everybody, happy football, everybody. We'll see you in a little less than an hour.